Chapter 765. Li Daochong tried to use the hot-blooded upgrader to absorb it directly, but the final result was that it was converted into spirit energy. Fortunately, Li Daochong was more cautious and only separated a trace of blood from the drop of phoenix blood essence. This trace of blood produced extremely pure spirit energy, the amount of which was equivalent to all the spirit energy of an early Jin Dan cultivator. This showed how powerful the divine beast blood essence was. Since the hot-blooded upgrader could not be used, Li Daochong could only fuse it himself, which increased the risk. Li Daochong thought for a day and night before finally taking action. Simple fusion was not difficult, but the difficult part was how to completely connect the blood essence with his own blood. Wealth comes from danger. After fusing with the divine beast blood essence, the strength of my spiritual body will be several times stronger than it is now. I don't even need a Taoist robe. Li Daochong talked to himself to encourage himself. As he spoke, the drop of phoenix blood essence slowly entered between Li Daochong's eyebrows under the dual control of his divine thought and spirit energy. At that moment, Li Daochong only felt a burst of spirit energy and indescribable comfort. Then his whole body slightly heated up and felt very comfortable. The fusion went very quickly and smoothly. Li Daochong was a little puzzled. Was there really a pie in the sky? Was his bloodline 100% compatible with the divine beast blood essence? Just as Li Daochong's imagination was running wild, the temperature of his body increased little by little. Li Daochong kept circulating spirit energy to drive the blood in his body quickly, allowing the blood essence to flow throughout his body as quickly as possible. After a few minutes, Li Daochong felt that something was wrong. The temperature in his body was getting higher and higher, and his whole body was burning hot. It was like having a fever. A cultivator having a fever was completely different from an ordinary person having a fever. After a while, Li Daochong's whole body turned red and began to emit steam. His blood gradually boiled. The comfortable feeling from before had long disappeared and was replaced by a kind of burning pain. Li Daochong felt that something was wrong. He was actually unable to hold on. Bang! A ball of flame jumped out from inside out, and Li Daochong's whole body burned with golden flames. Oh! Li Daochong let out a muffled groan. He could no longer maintain his sitting posture, and his body fell to the ground. The burning sensation spread throughout his body, and the temperature of the flames rose higher and higher. Li Daochong constantly used his spiritual energy to wash away the flames, trying to separate the flames from his body. However, the golden flames came from his blood. From a certain point of view, it was a part of Li Daochong's body. There was no way to isolate it. Li Daochong couldn't help but hold his chest and cry out in pain. At that moment, the golden flames seemed to have burned his heart. Whoosh! The heavenly thunder primordial spirit uncontrollably unleashed heavenly thunder and lightning. Li Daochong's entire body was engulfed by golden flames and blue golden sparks. Who could withstand being smelted by true fire and heavenly lightning? If it was Nether Ghost, even if it was at the Devil King level, it would have long since been turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. Li Daochong felt as if he had become the magic gold in the alchemy furnace, being smelted by the phoenix fire. After enduring for several hours, Li Daochong believed that as long as he could endure this trial, he would succeed. But everything was different for what he imagined. Several hours later, the golden flames showed no signs of weakening. On the contrary, they grew stronger and stronger. The golden flames even absorbed the heavenly lightning. Li Daochong's spiritual body began to blacken. The flames were already harming his spiritual body. The phoenix flames that burned from the inside out were incomparably tyrannical, and Li Daochong couldn't stop them from burning no matter how hard he tried. It was just a drop of phoenix essence blood, yet it was able to release such powerful phoenix flames. Whoosh! This was not the sound of sparks, but the sound of Li Daochong's flesh being charred. The blood in his body was slowly evaporating under the effects of the high temperatures. This was spirit blood. Li Daochong's origin spirit released spiritual energy again and again to resist the phoenix flames, but it was to no avail. An hour later, Li Daocheng's entire body was charred black, and not a single strand of hair remained. If not for the heavenly lightning protecting his eyes, he would have already been blinded. The threat of death continued to spread. Li Daocheng felt that he was enduring the torture of being roasted by the flames of purgatory, and it lasted for nearly half a day. The destructive power of a drop of phoenix essence blood was already beyond Li Daocheng's control. If it was outside his body, Li Daocheng's current strength would definitely be able to extinguish the phoenix flames of this intensity. However, this drop of phoenix essence blood was the blood that Li Daocheng took the initiative to integrate into his body. The phoenix essence blood was like a virus, invading his body and occupying Li Daocheng's spiritual body in an instant. Just like this, Li Daocheng was burned by the golden flames for a day and a night. This day was longer than any other time. It was as if several years had passed. Finally, the golden flames began to devour Li Daocheng's internal organs, and no longer burned on the surface. The spirit blood had already been evaporated by the flames. Li Daocheng's sea of consciousness turned black, and then, without knowing anything, he fainted. The moment he lost consciousness, Li Daocheng felt that he had been freed from the sea of suffering, and the corners of his burnt lips curled up into a slight smile. Li Daocheng had a very strange dream, dreaming that he had turned into a bird, flying freely in the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck his body, striking him down, and he fell under a huge tree. Then his body ignited with flames, engulfing him. There were all kinds of spirit birds resting on that huge tree. Not only were there red cranes, peacocks, bluebirds, and nine-headed birds, there were also vermilion birds, great rocks, and three-legged golden crows. Tens of thousands of birds stood on the branches, curiously watching him being burned to death by the flames. Li Daocheng's soul ejected from his body, watching himself being completely burned away, and the flames disappeared. Everything turned into nothingness. Bang! But a few seconds after he was burned away, the flames that had just been extinguished, as if from another space, suddenly rose up again. The golden flames exploded. A cry that seemed to spread from the ninth heaven sounded from the depths of the flames. The hundreds of birds on the huge tree were terrified. Looking at the flames in fear, they all lowered their heads. Even the vermilion birds, great rocks, and three-legged golden crows prostrated themselves, kneeling on the ground like humans. A beautiful bird shadow appeared in the flames. It was accompanied by another chirp. A large bird with rainbow-colored feathers and 9 long tails flew out from within. It was a phoenix that had been reborn from the flames. Li Daocheng looked at this scene in shock, and then the phoenix flew towards him. Li Daocheng, who was in a soul state, had no way to dodge and could only take it in shock. At the moment of impact, Li Daocheng's consciousness stagnated, his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. Oh! On the floor of the cultivation room, a charred human-shaped object was lying there. After an unknown amount of time, it let out a soft groan. The charred human-shaped object was Li Daocheng, who was burned by the phoenix fire. His consciousness recovered bit by bit. Li Daocheng slowly opened his eyes. Except for the whites of his eyes, the rest of his body was charred black, like charcoal. Crack! Li Daocheng subconsciously moved, and a cracking sound came from his body. Li Daocheng was shocked, but he didn't feel any pain. As his movements became bigger and bigger, the cracking sound came one after another. Li Daocheng, who thought he was dead, unexpectedly found that not only was he not dead, his body was still moving freely. What's going on? Li Daocheng sat up, and large pieces of charred black substance fell from his body. Li Daocheng glanced at the charred black substance scattered around him. It was clearly the part of his body that was burned. Li Daocheng smiled bitterly. Although he didn't die, his appearance would probably be very scary. A skinless humanoid monster appeared in his mind. He probably wouldn't be able to see people with his real face in the future. Li Daocheng thought as he raised his arm to take a look. This look was nothing serious, but it really gave him a fright. He didn't see bright red flesh, but white and flawless crystal skin, as smooth as jade. F*CK. Li Daocheng exclaimed in his heart, and then his spirit energy burst out. It was a loud bang. The char-black substance on his body was all shaken off. A perfect spirit body was exposed to the air. Li Daocheng looked down at his body, and for a moment he was a little absent-minded. I didn't burn into a monster. Li Daocheng quickly looked inside. His internal organs were all there, and the jade bone color had changed a little, showing a light gold color. Li Daocheng suddenly touched the top of his head, and his hair grew out again. Ha! Li Daocheng instantly understood what was going on, and then he looked up and laughed. He was reborn from the fire. This meant that the phoenix blood essence had been integrated into Li Daocheng's bloodline. Otherwise, how could he have comprehended the phoenix nirvana divine ability? After laughing, Li Daocheng looked down at his evolved spirit body, pondered for a moment, and said to himself, "So that's how it is." It turned out that integrating the divine beast blood essence was so dangerous. If he couldn't comprehend the divine ability during the integration, wouldn't he die without a doubt? Strength alone wasn't enough. Luck was also needed. Li Daocheng recalled what happened before he fainted, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, his luck was good. Otherwise, he would really be dead. The integration of the phoenix blood essence was only in 6 words. To be reborn from the jaws of death. Li Daocheng probed his body with his spiritual sense and quickly calculated the concentration of the bloodline, not more or less exactly 20%. Generally speaking, this concentration of bloodline was already very good, enough to have an immortal spirit body. It was far beyond the strength of a spirit body. But compared to those cultivators who inherited the bloodline, it was far from enough. For example, the Flame Phoenix's bloodline concentration was 89%, which was an extremely terrifying number. It was basically a phoenix in human form. Li Daocheng didn't have anything to be envious of. He integrated the phoenix blood essence only to improve the strength of his physical body and obtain 1 or 2 divine abilities. So it was good enough. There was no need for Li Daocheng to continue increasing the concentration, because the higher the concentration of the bloodline, the easier it was to be controlled by the divine beast's will. If he didn't pay attention and became half-human, half-spirit beast, then it wouldn't be fun. Li Daocheng only wanted to be himself, and didn't want to be disturbed by anything. 20% of the phoenix bloodline was enough. So he didn't plan to integrate the remaining 4 drops of phoenix blood essence, leaving them for Silver Bottle and the others. As long as he integrated the phoenix blood essence, he would definitely obtain the divine ability of Nirvana Rebirth. But whether he could achieve the same effect as a real phoenix, Li Daocheng also didn't know if there were any conditions or restrictions, and whether he could really be reborn from the ashes in a state where his physical body and primordial spirit were destroyed was even more uncertain. But his physical body's self-healing ability would definitely be enhanced. As for the specific situation, Li Daocheng had to ask the Yin family to understand. After the integration of the blood essence, Li Daocheng glanced at the time on his wristwatch. He had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. Fortunately, it wasn't too long. After resting for a day, Li Daocheng immediately took out the ultimate Han Ice divine technique. Whether it was a cultivation technique or a divine ability, as long as there was a key chant, the hot-blooded upgrader could let Li Daocheng learn it in an instant. The only drawback was that Li Daocheng would consume a huge amount of mental power and spirit chi at that moment. His divine will browsed the jade slip. A notification sounded in Li Daocheng's sea of consciousness. Picked up a cultivation technique, Ultimate Han Ice Divine Technique. Then a simple selection interface appeared in front of him. Do you want to learn the Ultimate Han Ice Divine Technique? Li Daocheng was familiar with it and didn't hesitate to choose yes. In an instant, Li Daocheng's body was instantly drained of a large amount of power. Thousands of cultivation images kept appearing in his mind. They were repeated millions of times, and he comprehended them again and again. A certain ideology was copied into Li Daocheng's consciousness and memory, again and again. In just a few seconds, Li Daocheng felt as if he had experienced more than 10 years of cultivation. Everything was completed in an instant. Li Daocheng's spirit qi was now as vast as the sea. To some extent, it was inexhaustible. However, when he finished cultivating the ultimate Han, ice divine technique, he felt extremely tired, as if his body had been hollowed out. He had to sit down cross-legged and adjust his breath. The consumption of energy to cultivate this cultivation technique in an instant was almost the same as the Great Void Sword technique. Of course, when comprehending the Great Void Sword technique, Li Daocheng chose a gradual approach. In other words, he didn't completely cultivate it at the beginning. He only needed to reach the initial level for the first time and then cultivate it in batches. This way, the backlash would be much smaller. Otherwise, Li Daocheng would have died back then. This time, he dared to cultivate it completely because of his high cultivation level and powerful spirit. However, Li Daocheng still underestimated this cultivation technique. He didn't expect such a large amount of spirit qi and spirit qi to be emptied in one go. However, other than the exhaustion, Li Daocheng didn't feel any other discomfort. He only needed to adjust his breath for a few days to recover. Almost at the same time, Yin Phoenix returned to Ngun and found out that Huangfu Shua gave Li Daocheng 5 drops of Phoenix blood essence in exchange for the lightning seed. Grandpa Huangfu, this price is too high. That's 5 drops of Phoenix blood essence. There are only 9 drops left in the Yin family's secret territory. 1 drop of Phoenix blood essence is worth tens of billions of high-level spiritual stones. Yin Phoenix cried out, "Young miss, there's no need to be anxious. There's no need to mention how precious the Phoenix blood essence is. However, not everyone can afford to use such a sacred object. Treasures are treasures, but what's the point if we can't use it?" A cunning expression appeared on Huangfu Shua's face. "Grandpa Huangfu, what do you mean?" Yin Phoenix guessed, but she wasn't sure. Mistress, no matter how talented Li Daocheng is, he won't be able to use the 5 drops of Phoenix blood essence. With his ability, he will know about it soon. When the time comes, he'll have to sell it. We can just buy it back later. Huangfu Shua said confidently. That's true. Not everyone can absorb the Phoenix blood essence. Without the blessing of the mythical Phoenix and the Yin family's blood amalgamation divine art, absorbing the Phoenix blood essence is suicide. Yin Phoenix nodded. The old man and the young girl chatted and entered the cultivation room in the Yin family's secret territory. Yin Phoenix wanted to absorb the lightning seed. Chapter 766. 3 days later, in the cultivation room, Li Daocheng slowly opened his eyes. He had completely recovered. "Congratulations, Master, for your body's initial success." Xueni's excited voice sounded in Li Daocheng's sea of consciousness. When Li Daocheng gave Song Ink to old ghost Zhang, he did not keep Xueni. Instead, he brought her with him and let her live in his inner world. Li Daocheng's inner world was now a world of its own. After reaching the void refinement stage, any cultivator's inner world would have reached the standard of a small world. Because Li Daocheng had 2 primordial spirits, his spiritual energy was much more than that of ordinary cultivators, so his inner world was naturally much larger. Xueni stayed inside and cultivated at a rapid pace. At the same time, she could also comprehend the cultivation techniques that appeared in Li Daocheng's sea of consciousness. When Li Daocheng was absorbing the absolute frost divine technique, Xueni also benefited a lot. Because she was originally an ice spirit, she had a natural advantage in comprehending ice-type spiritual energy. She was a spirit condensed from ice-type spiritual energy. Therefore, Xueni could almost seamlessly integrate the ice-type cultivation techniques. Of course, she could not instantly reach the phenomenal success stage like Li Daocheng. However, she could easily reach the phenomenal success stage in a short period of time. During this period, Xueni's cultivation had increased greatly. She also benefited from Li Daocheng's fusion with the Phoenix blood essence. As the artifact spirit of Li Daocheng's natal magic treasure, Xueni and Li Daocheng had already formed the most intimate soul connection. When Li Daochong became stronger, Shui and I would also become stronger. Elves were the most talented in cultivation among the 10,000 races in the spiritual realm. Of course, they also had their flaws. For example, they were very dependent. Without a host, their cultivation would be abnormally slow. Shui and I, your ice-type cultivation level has increased by more than one level, right? Li Daochong paused and said, "Thanks to you, I'm already at the soul formation pinnacle stage and have reached the absolute frost realm," Shui and I said with a hint of excitement. "That's good. I wonder if old Devil Zhang succeeded. If Tsang Ink can merge with the primal chaos fragment, the power of your control over Tsang Ink will be greatly enhanced," Li Daochong continued. "Yes, Master," Shui and I replied. Li Daochong stood up, and with a flick of his mind, a brand new blue martial suit appeared on his body. His entire appearance was completely different from a month ago. His skin was like jade, but he didn't look feminine. He was resolute and handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and a straight nose. His lips were just right, and his eyes were clear and deep like the night sky. The closed-door cultivation, this time, was a little faster than Li Daochong had expected. It only took him a little more than 20 days to complete it. When Li Daochong walked out of the cultivation room, Yin Ping, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately came to greet him. "Young master, did everything go well?" A pair of big eyes blinked as she looked at Li Daochong with concern. It went very well," Li Daochong nodded. "That's great." Yin Ping was overjoyed, and the joy that came from the bottom of her heart was beyond words. Li Daochong couldn't help but reach out and pat the little girl's head. "Young master will be going to end gun in a few days. Do you want to come along?" Of course, without Yin Ping, how will young master's daily life be taken care of? Isn't that right? Yin Ping blurted out. Li Daochong looked at her with a faint smile and didn't say anything. After Yin Ping finished speaking, she felt that something was wrong. Her small hands kept stirring as she pouted. "Young master, do you not want Yin Ping to follow you? Do you want Yin Ping to manage the Li family at home?" Li Daochong still didn't say anything. He only looked at Yin Ping with a gentle gaze that carried a hint of mischief. "Young master, go ahead. I will definitely manage the Li family group well," Yin Ping said dejectedly. She sighed in her heart, but she quickly pulled herself together and comforted herself silently. Once young master left, there would be no one to lead the group. If she continued to follow him, there would be no one left. "Yin Ping, do you really want to stay?" Li Daochong, who had been silent all this while, finally asked. Yin Ping will stay, so that young master won't have to worry about anything." Yin Ping seemed to nod her head firmly, but she was actually very sad. Of course, she wanted to follow young master, but her circumstances didn't allow it. "What a pity. Young master wants to bring you along. Since you insist on staying, young master can't force you," Li Daochong continued. What?" Yin Ping stared at Li Daochong, dumbfounded. She had misunderstood him. 10,000 F** horses galloped past Yin Ping's head. She had dug her own grave. "Young master, can't you just say what you want to say?" Yin Ping screamed in her heart. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She wanted to slap herself twice, and her eyes were filled with tears. Yin Ping didn't want Li Daochong to see her, so she turned around and wiped her face. "Young master, you must be hungry. I'll go make something nice for you." Yin Ping ran towards the kitchen as she spoke. Just as she took a step, her small hand was grabbed by a large hand. Yin Ping didn't dare to turn around. She tried her best to keep her voice steady as she asked, "Young master, do you have any other orders?" Li Daochong had been teasing the girl since the beginning. He couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. "You don't have to cook. Go back and tidy up and take care of the company's affairs. Come to the old mansion in 5 days and follow me to Ingun." Yin Ping, who had fallen into hell, was instantly transported to heaven upon hearing this. "Really?" Yin Ping's face was filled with tears. She turned around and looked at Li Daochong in disbelief. "Of course it's true. Otherwise, what about young master's daily life? It's your fault for spoiling young master all these years. He's already lost the ability to take care of himself." Li Daochong teased. "Young master, you did it on purpose." Yin Ping finally understood. Her big eyes were filled with resentment. Ha ha ha, you just realized? Li Daochong laughed out loud. Young master only knows how to bully Yin Ping. Yin Ping pouted to express her dissatisfaction, but her heart was filled with joy. Young master wouldn't dare to bully you. You're now the pillar of support of the Li group. Li Daochong laughed. Young master, don't say that. That's my duty. Yin Ping's face was slightly red. Looking at Yin Ping's cute face, Li Daochong reached out and pinched the girl's little nose. Go and prepare. Young master still has some things to do. Okay. Yin Ping's tears turned into laughter. She nodded heavily and excitedly went to prepare. Cherry Blossom Gauze, who had watched the entire scene from the side, had an indifferent expression. After Yin Ping left, she shook her head and muttered to herself in confusion. I don't understand why she's crying and laughing at the same time. Li Daochong looked at Cherry Blossom Gauze with the same smile on his face. Because she's worried about something. You dark ghosts are heartless. It's good that you don't understand. It's scary if you understand. Ha ha. It would have been fine if Li Daochong hadn't said anything. Now that he said it, Cherry Blossom Gauze was even more confused. She looked at Li Daochong, who was laughing for some reason, in confusion. What the hell do you mean by worried about something? Cherry Blossom Gauze didn't understand at all. It means that you have a guilty conscience. Li Daochong replied in all seriousness. I'm a ghost, and I've devoured many ghosts. Of course I have a guilty conscience. Why wouldn't I understand what it means to be worried about something? Cherry Blossom Gauze continued to ask. She had been following Li Daochong for a long time. She seemed to understand some things a little, but there were some things that she still couldn't understand no matter how hard she tried. Well, this ghost isn't a ghost. Li Daochong chuckled. Master, I'm slow-witted. Can you make it simpler? Cherry Blossom Gauze, Wu-ho, looked like a little girl in school. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. It can only be understood, but not explained. All right, enough with the nonsense. You should get ready too. You're coming with Angun. Li Daochong continued. After Cherry Blossom Gauze left, Li Daochong immediately transmitted his voice to Old Devil Zhang. The latter replied immediately. Director Li, I'll be there in a moment. A few minutes later, Old Devil Zhang drove a floating car and landed in the old mansion. Princess Catherine came along with him. Old Devil Zhang was holding a long wooden box in his hand, while Princess Catherine was holding a small wooden box. Congratulations, Director Li. Not only did I achieve great success in crafting this time, I've also learned a lot. My crafting skills have improved by at least 2 levels. Old Devil Zhang said excitedly. As he spoke, Old Devil Zhang had already opened the long wooden box. In an instant, the room was filled with a dazzling purplish-black color. It was eye-catching and captivating. Li Daochong immediately recognized the purplish-black, long sword lying quietly in the long wooden box. It was Tsang ink. The sword's appearance did not change at all. However, the color of Tsang ink had completely disappeared and was replaced by a bewitching purplish-black color. Director Li, I didn't interfere too much in this smelting process. I didn't expect that as soon as the Chaos Shard fused with Tsang ink, a heavenly phenomenon would occur. This is a sign of the birth of an immortal treasure. Tsang ink's original material was a perfect match for the Chaos Shard. I didn't expect this either. At that time, the entire Blue Bay star was almost sucked dry. Old Devil Zhang said excitedly. Picking up the purplish-black Tsang ink, Li Daochong could not bear to put it down. He could not help but say, Tsang ink fuses with chaos, and the heavens descend with a purplish-black color. Old Devil Zhang heard this and clapped his hands in praise. Director Li, brilliant. Li Daochong continued. Tsang ink has turned from a cocoon into a butterfly. From now on, it'll be called the purplish-black. Princess Catherine, who had been silent, stepped forward and said, Director Li, I have a surprise here. As she spoke, she opened the small wooden box. In an instant, a strange and deep aura burst out. It was as if the primordial era had descended, shocking one's heart and soul. It made one feel a sense of worship. There was nothing in the world, and everything was chaos. In the small wooden box, there was a 3-inch grayish-silver dagger lying quietly inside, giving people a feeling that it was faintly discernible. Li Daocheng's divine telekinesis probed it. He felt as if he had fallen into the primordial chaos. His consciousness wandered, and everything was so blurry. Buzz! With a sound, the 3-inch knife flew up. It floated in the void and spun like lightning. Li Daocheng just activated it, and the knife seemed to have its own spirituality. Whoosh! The knife pierced through the air and disappeared. Old Devil Zhang and Princess Catherine were at a loss. When the knife was refined, they had also probed it with their telekinesis. However, nothing happened. Why did the knife seem to come alive when it met Li Daocheng? They did not know that Li Daocheng cultivated the Great Void sword technique, and his understanding of the Great Void concept was far beyond that of ordinary people. Whether it was the Great Void or chaos, they were the original source of all things. Therefore, the knife refined from chaos fragments resonated with Li Daocheng. In the blink of an eye, the knife that had disappeared reappeared. This time, more than 10 dark ghosts were stuck to the knife. Just now, the chaos knife had killed the low-level dark ghosts hiding in the corners of Blue Bay Star. Li Daocheng injected the Heavenly Thunder primordial spirit into the chaos knife and became the knife's weapon spirit. This time, Li Daocheng's cultivation level did not change, but his combat strength took a huge leap forward. In the next few days, Li Daocheng tried his best to adapt to the chaos knife. A few days later, perfected Lord Voodoo Puppet returned to Blue Bay Star with his precious disciple from 13 Spectre. They immediately set off for the Kunlun planet of the Non-Kuan Empire. There were less than 2 months left before the first Spirit Realm Youth Cultivation Competition. Chapter 767. Li Daocheng was usually alone and didn't like to bring people with him. The advantage of this was that it was convenient for him to move around, and he didn't have to worry too much about conflicts. But this time, Li Daocheng was different from his usual self and brought many people with him. In addition to Yin Ping and Cherry Blossom Gauze, Xiaoling River, Xiao Ying, Li He, and Li Ling were all brought along. Only Princess Catherine, Old Devil Zhang, Li Tianyang, and Ling Fei were left behind to guard the headquarters on Blue Bay Star. As for Hu Ling, and Yao Ling, they couldn't come because they had too many things to deal with on Black Tree Star. Otherwise, Li Daocheng would have brought them along. Li Daocheng arranged this so that they could all participate in the first Spirit Realm Youth Cultivation Competition. There was only one condition for this competition, and that was that their bone age couldn't exceed 60. In fact, even Li Tianyang could participate, and Li Daocheng wanted to bring his father along. But Li Tianyang was now wholeheartedly running the Li group. With his son being so powerful, he didn't have the mood to go outside and join in the fun. Voodoo King originally thought that Li Daocheng would only bring 1 or 2 people with him, but he didn't expect that he would bring so many people. This was very different from the plan. If it wasn't for the matter with the Jiuquan Spirit Sage, Voodoo King would most likely refuse. But the Jiuquan Spirit Sage personally met with Li Daocheng, so the nature was completely different. When Voodoo King heard news, he was worried that Li Daocheng would be poached by the Jiuquan Spirit Sage. If that was the case, no matter how powerful Kunlun was, they could only watch helplessly. That was one of the 3 strongest half-immortals in the human realm. How could they afford to provoke him? Therefore, when Voodoo King returned to the Blue Bay Star, he didn't feel confident at all. It wasn't until she saw Li Daocheng that her hanging heart finally relaxed. Li Daocheng's value had increased exponentially. Now that he had brought along a few more people, Voodoo King naturally did not dare to show the slightest bit of displeasure. He even had to carefully serve him. Kunlun was currently lacking in manpower, and the strength of the younger generation was weak. In the past 50 years, there had not been any talents. This was also the reason why Voodoo King spared no effort to poach Yuanying from outside. If not, why would he need to go around looking for people to join Kunlun? It was a long journey from Blue Bay Star to Kunlun Star. Ordinary space shuttles would take at least a few months to reach their destination, and they would need to make at least 10 spirit array jumps in between. The fastest way was to use a teleportation spirit array and plan the route, which would take a few days. However, This process would require at least 20 to 30 teleportations, and the cost of one teleportation was frightening. With so many people, no matter how rich Kunlun was, they would not be willing to pay such a high price. Li Daocheng's group had 7 people, and Voodoo King's group had 3 people, making a total of 10 people. The cost of using a teleportation spirit array once was enough to buy a heavenly mystic grade magic treasure. If it was a large teleportation spirit array with so many people using it once, it would be comparable to the annual GDP of a medium cultivation planet. Fortunately, Kunlun had the most advanced space shuttles in the spirit realm, Kunpeng. This space shuttle incorporated the most advanced modern cultivation technology. The Ultra Spirit Particle Thruster could allow the space shuttle to reach faster than light speed, and could even withstand continuous teleportation. The fuel used was Spirit Core Reaction technology, which compressed hundreds of tons of high-grade spirit stones into palm-sized spirit particle stones. Then, it was controlled by special cultivation technology to release powerful spirit energy. Riding the Kunpeng space shuttle was only a few days slower than using a teleportation spirit array. After shuttling through space for 11 days, the group arrived at the number 1 industrial cultivation planet of the Kun Empire, planet Kunlun. The space shuttle directly landed at Kunlun's own space shuttle port. After getting off the space shuttle, they looked at the densely packed objects flying around in the sky. Li He, Li Ling, Xiao Ying, and Xiaoling River, who had never left the 4-ring starfield, looked at the scenery around them as if they had arrived at the immortal realm. Blue Bay Star was considered a prosperous cultivation planet in the Federation, but compared to this place, it could not even be considered a rural area. The density of spirit energy on planet Kunlun was like the immortal realm to Li He and the others. It was more than 100 times denser than Blue Bay Star. Big Brother Daocheng, is this really the human realm? Xiaoling River could not help but ask, her big eyes looking around curiously. Of course it's the human realm. Li Daocheng patted Xiaoling River's little head, and the latter stuck out her little pink tongue. Big Brother Cheng, what level of cultivation planet is planet Kunlun? Li Ling looked at the flying immortals and the never-before-seen floating cars in the sky and asked in surprise. Li Daocheng smiled and was about to answer when Voodoo King, who was the last to get off the space shuttle, beat him to it. Planet Kunlun is one of the 4 spirit immortal cultivation planets of the Kun Empire. Spirit immortal cultivation. Li Ling cried out. The spirit immortal cultivation was too shocking for her. A first-class cultivation planet meant that there were soul formation cultivators. Above, that were special class cultivation planets, true soul cultivation planets, spirit immortal cultivation planets, and finally true immortal cultivation planets. A special class planet meant that there were void refinement cultivators, while a true soul planet meant that there were unity integration cultivators. So on and so forth. There were tribulation transcendence cultivators on spirit immortal cultivation planets. To Li Ling, who had lived on Blue Bay Star since she was young, tribulation transcendence cultivators only existed in legends. They were real immortals, or at least to her, they were immortals. Li Ling would never have dreamed that she would one day be on the same cultivation planet as a tribulation transcendence cultivator. Other than Li Ling, Li He, Xiao Ying, and Xiaoling River were equally shocked. Compared to the 4 of them, Ping was much calmer. The trip to the Black Prison had made the little girl much more knowledgeable than Li He and the other 3. Although planet Kunlun's flourishing, fairy-like scenery still surprised the little girl, it was not to the extent that Ping was in disbelief. Cherry Blossom Gauze was the most emotionless of them all. She had seen all kinds of scenes when she was conquering the human realm, so she naturally did not feel much. There was no need to mention Li Daocheng. He had been to the depths of the nether realm and had seen true immortals and great demon kings. He had even had a close encounter with the prince of Jiuyu Kingdom. If it wasn't for the real immortal realm, it would be difficult to arouse his indifference. Of course, Li Daocheng was still impressed by planet Kunlun's ultra-modern sense of cultivation. Blue Bay Star was really too far away. There is only one cultivation city on planet Kunlun, and it was Kunlun City. It was an unimaginably large super city. Hundreds of millions of cultivators lived there, while mortals were scattered in other areas of planet Kunlun. The minimum requirement to enter Kunlun City was to be in the Qi gathering stage. This was because Kunlun City needed a large number of grassroots laborers and service personnel. Otherwise, those below the foundation establishment stage could forget about entering the city. The Kunlun Spirit Tower was located in the most prosperous area of Kunlun City. It towered into the clouds and was more than 10 kilometers high. It was like a tower sword piercing through the clouds. Half of the Spirit Tower was submerged in the clouds. It was like a celestial realm. The Kunlun Spirit Tower was a super cultivation building built by Kunlun 100 years ago. It was also where the headquarters of Kunlun was located. The Kunlun Spirit Tower was divided into two parts, the Earth Tower and the Sky Tower. Below the clouds was the Earth Tower, and above the clouds was the Sky Tower. Those below the Soul Formation stage were not allowed to enter the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower was mysterious and powerful. It was said that dozens of the most powerful cultivators on planet Kunlun lived there. Of course, not all the powerful cultivators lived in the Sky Tower. There were more than 10 powerful cultivation enterprises on planet Kunlun, and Kunlun was just one of them. The area where the most powerful cultivators gathered on planet Kunlun was the Kunlun Mountains to the north of Kunlun City. It was also the place with the densest spirit Qi on planet Kunlun. It was not an exaggeration to call it a paradise on Earth. Ordinary people could not enter the Kunlun paradise at all. There was an illusionary spirit array outside. If they entered by mistake, they would only go in circles. Not long after Li Daocheng and the others got off the Kuan Peng space shuttle, a super luxurious spirit suspension car drove over to greet them. The car's specifications were extraordinarily high. First of all, Voodoo King status in Kunlun was not ordinary. Second, Li Daocheng's potential was far more valuable than expected. Last but not least, they were in urgent need of young talents. This super cultivation enterprise was ranked in the top 100 in the spiritual realm of the human realm. They gave Li Daocheng enough face. Nayland Shou, the vice president of Kunlun's board of directors, came to pick them up in person. When Nayland Shou got off the car, Voodoo King was stunned. He did not expect that this fairy who was infinitely close to spiritual venerable would lower herself to greet Li Daocheng. He was a cultivator in the advanced stage of the tribulation level. Voodoo King's status was so high, but he had only seen Nayland Shou 3 times in more than 100 years. Nayland Shou was dressed in professional attire. Her aura was almost completely restrained in her inner world. If she met Nayland Shou in her body fusion state, she would only think that she was an ordinary person. In fact, when Nayland Shou got off the spirit suspension car that was worth more than 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, other than Voodoo King, everyone else thought that she was a receptionist. Of course, Li Daocheng was an exception. With just a glance, his primordial spirit trembled. A tribulation-level cultivator. This was the first tribulation-level cultivator that Li Daocheng had met. Nayland Shou looked past everyone and met Li Daocheng's black eyes. A strange look flashed across her beautiful eyes. She felt Li Daocheng's divine will scan her and could not help but be surprised. This young man did not have a body fusion cultivation, but he could roughly sense her strength. It was enough to show that his divine will was powerful. You must be Li Daocheng. Nayland Shou smiled and walked straight to Li Daocheng. That's right, it's me. Daocheng is flattered to have Senior personally receive me. Li Daocheng nodded and said respectfully. A tribulation-level cultivator was definitely in existence that stood at the top of the pyramid in the human territory cultivation world. No matter how strong Li Daocheng was now, he would not be able to do much in front of a tribulation-level cultivator. Nayland Shou blinked and leaned closer to Li Daocheng. She whispered, "Just call me Sister Xiao." "Senior, forget it. Am I that old?" "Li Daocheng, you're a little stronger than I thought. You can see through me, but don't say it. This is our secret." Li Daocheng was stunned. He did not expect this female tribulation-level cultivator to be so humble. Daocheng will follow Sister Xiao's instructions. Li Daochong bowed. Aya, can you stop using honorifics? We're all cultivators, so we shouldn't bother about trifles. Besides, Ubred even took a fancy to that girl Jioshuan, so you don't have to be so polite with me. In any case, from today onwards, we all belong to the Kunlun heavy industry, and we're all colleagues. If you keep talking to Sister like this, won't Sister feel uncomfortable to death? Nailan Xiao moved closer, almost sticking to Li Daocheng's face. No one around them could hear the conversation between the two of them, including Voodoo King. It was not a small matter for a tribulation-level cultivator to block out the sound. However, Nailan Xiao's ambiguous behavior towards Li Daocheng as soon as she came up made Yin Ping and the others dumbfounded. Not to mention Voodoo King. The old man was puzzled. Did Nailan Xiao eat the wrong elixir today? Or did her cultivation go berserk? She was a famous female devil in Kunlun. Her actions were swift and decisive, and she was extremely domineering. Is she going to change her personality today? Chapter 768. Under the guidance of Nailan Xiao, Li Daocheng and the others had a smooth journey. The spirit hover car directly arrived at the center of the Kunlun Spirit Tower, the area connecting the Earth Tower and the Sky Tower. This tower floor was called the Central Tower. There was only one floor in the entire area. From the outside, it was more than 10 meters high, and the polygon was close to the shape of a ring, with a diameter of more than 200 meters. For a skyscraper spirit tower that was more than 10 kilometers tall, it was nothing. However, the space inside was surprisingly large. It was obviously a not-used space. This floor was the cultivation floor. Various auxiliary cultivation areas were set up inside, covering various geographical environments. There were gravity rooms, ice rooms, fire rooms, safe havens, and so on. There were special cultivation rooms. In addition, there were dozens of rooms for testing combat power. Puppet combat, image doppelganger, sparring arena, challenge room, and psychic room. Kunlun attached great importance to the cultivation of its employees. If an employee showed talent and enthusiasm in cultivation, they would immediately give strong support. Once they reached the standard, their promotion would be smooth. Unfortunately, when it came to cultivation, sometimes hard work was not of much use. Talent was a must. Otherwise, it would be useless. Nailan Xiao brought Li Daocheng and the others into the central tower. Voodoo King felt a little strange. He thought they would go directly to the Sky Tower, because Li Daocheng's cultivation was enough to go straight to the Sky Tower. At the beginning, this was also the arrangement, and they did not enter the central tower. Voodoo King wanted to complete Li Daocheng's employment procedures as soon as possible. Then, he would take them to visit Kunlun and familiarize them with the environment of planet Kunlun. For the rest of the time, Voodoo King planned to give up his cultivation room to Li Daocheng and the others for the final sprint of cultivation. Vice President, why did you come to the Central Tower? Voodoo King asked through voice transmission. Little Turtle, is there need to ask? Of course it's to test. Nailan Xiao looked at Voodoo King as if looking an idiot. Voodoo King felt rather helpless about the way the little turtle addressed him. He looked like an old man. However, it was called a little turtle by a young woman who looked to be in her 30s. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a great disrespect. However, this was a common occurrence for cultivators. No one knew Nailan Xiao's actual age, at least not Voodoo King. However, Nailan Xiao's cultivation was much higher than Voodoo King's. The two of them were simply not on the same level. From this point, Nailan Xiao was indeed Voodoo King Sr. Vice President, I've already tested Li Daocheng. There's no doubt that he's at the middle void refinement realm. The strength of his divine sense is even stronger than mine. His strength is unfathomable. There's no need to test him again, Voodoo King replied immediately. Little Turtle, you're old. I'm worried that your eyesight is blurred. To be cautious, I'll personally test him again. I can't be wrong. Nailan Xiao didn't allow him to argue. Vice President, we shouldn't doubt people when recruiting. We've repeatedly doubted Li Daocheng's strength. I'm worried that we won't be able to win over people's hearts, Voodoo King said worriedly. You little turtle, Do you think it's so easy to win over people's hearts? Our Kunlun isn't a vegetable market where you can enter and leave as you wish. If you keep talking nonsense, then get the hell out of here. Nailan Sho was furious when she saw Voodoo King chattering and even questioning her. After being rebuked like this, Voodoo King immediately didn't dare to speak again. His old face trembled and sweat flowed down from his cheeks. He had forgotten about Nailan Sho's overbearing nature just now. A few minutes ago, she was still acting cute in front of Li Daochong, but in just a few moments, she had returned to her original state. Voodoo King whispered, "Weren't you so enthusiastic about Li Daochong just now? In just a few moments, you're making things difficult for him again." "Little turtle, I'm not making things difficult for you. In the beginning, I only said that Li Daochong was the only one. Now, there's so many people who want to represent Kunlun heavy industry in the competition. Have you tested them too?" Voodoo King's voice was very low, but Nailan Sho still didn't hear it. Don't say this and that. I'll borrow your Vajra for a while." After entering the central tower, Nailan Sho led them to a large collective cultivation room. There were at least hundreds of young cultivators doing basic training here. The gravity inside the cultivation room was 50 times stronger than outside. Those below the foundation establishment stage would die if they entered, and those below the Jin Dan stage would find it difficult to move. Once one surpassed the Jin Dan stage and reached Yuanying's cultivation level, the gravity inside would change according to their cultivation level. In other words, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the gravity inside would be. Yuanying felt that the gravity inside was 300 times stronger than outside, and his spirit qi would be suppressed. This large cultivation room had a gravity spirit array set up by a 3-star spirit array master. The moment they walked in, Li He and the others, who were unprepared, suddenly shook and almost lost control of their bodies. Only Li Daochong, Silver Bottle, and Cherry Blossom Gauze acted as if nothing had happened. The hundreds of young cultivators in the cultivation room, who were immersed in their cultivation, all looked over after sensing the abnormal aura coming from the door. When they saw Voodoo King, they were all shocked. This old man was one of Kunlun's higher-ups. Immediately, they all stopped cultivating and went up to pay their respects to Voodoo King. On the other hand, no one recognized Nailan Sho. However, this real big shot of Kunlun didn't mind and said to Li Daochong, "Li Daochong, before we sign a contract with you, we need to do a few tests. You don't have any objections, do you?" When talking to Li Daochong, Nailan Sho's tone was clearly much gentler, which was a stark contrast to her bad attitude towards Voodoo King. Any cultivation company will have an entry test. Naturally, Li doesn't have any objections, Li Daochong replied. Are these youngsters here to participate in the competition as well?" Nailan Sho continued to ask. "That's right. This is also one of the conditions for me to join Kunlun," Li Daochong immediately said. "That depends on whether they can pass the test. If they can pass, they can represent Kunlun. If they can't, Sister Xiao, I'll make it clear first. They can only represent themselves," Nailan Sho said seriously. Li Daochong nodded slightly. In fact, anyone could sign up for the competition as long as their bone age was below 60. They didn't have to be in Kunlun in name. The reason why Li Daochong wanted Li He and the others to join Kunlun was because they wanted to learn more about Kunlun. The main purpose was to broaden their horizons, learn more, and obtain the cultivation resources provided by Kunlun. If that wasn't the case, they could just represent the Li Corporation in the competition. There was no need to beat around the bush. Cherry Blossom Gauze was the only one who wouldn't participate in the competition among all the people who came with Li Daochong. Voodoo King glanced at the hundreds of young people who had stopped cultivating under Nailan Sho's instructions. He was the headhunter of Kunlun, which was also the director of human resources. Naturally, he knew these young people very well. The old man's gaze finally stopped on a skinny young man who looked a little malnourished. He raised his hand and pointed, calling out, "Zhang Liang, come here." Zhang Liang, who was called by his name, didn't know what was going on, but he still walked over immediately. Voodoo King then asked a cultivation room administrator behind him, "Report Zhang Liang's recent situation." "Yes." The cultivation room administrator checked his wristwatch and quickly said, reporting to Divine Lord, Zhang Liang, male, 27 years old. When he joined the department, he was 22 years old at the late stage of Jindan. After 4 years of hard work, his cultivation level is now at the peak of Yuanying. His combat power is at the early stage of soul formation. His magistrate brush is superb, and he can fight at close range or from afar. Voodoo King stroked his beard as he listened. He nodded and said, not bad, not bad. Then his old eyes scanned the crowd again and quickly landed on a burly man. You come out. The burly man immediately walked out. The cultivation room administrator immediately reported, Divine Lord. His name is Lu Yu, male, 37 years old, a tempered body cultivator. When he joined the department, he was 27 years old at the early stage of Jindan. For the past 10 years, other than escorting cargo ships, he has spent the rest of his time cultivating. He just broke through to the early stage of soul formation a few months ago. The company rewarded him with a black gold primordial staff. It has a combat power of the late stage of soul formation. Yes, very good. Voodoo King looked at Lu Yu approvingly. The old man remembered that this guy was a big fat guy that he had brought back from a desolate planet. 10 years had passed, and the fat on his body was gone. However, his weight did not change at all. His fat had turned into muscles. It was clear that this guy did not slack off. Voodoo King was too lazy to choose anymore. Give me a better girl. Recommend her to me. Having been entrusted with such an important task by the Divine Lord, the caretaker of the cultivation room was naturally very cautious. Zhualan stepped forward. Immediately, a tall and beautiful girl wearing a blue martial uniform and holding a golden frost sword walked out. If the golden frost sword was in the Federation, it would be a divine weapon and a Tongxian-level transcendent artifact. However, in Kunlun, it was actually a weapon used for training. Divine Lord, Zhualan, female, 28 years old, an orthodox cultivator. She was 21 years old when she joined the department. She was at the early stage of Jindan level and worked as a receptionist at the front desk. A year later, her cultivation talent was discovered by the department manager, and she was recommended to join the cultivation department. She has planned her cultivation for 6 years and is now at the early stage of soul formation. She has comprehended a Sky Xian level cultivation technique from the Central Tower's library, the Nine Heavens Jade Lady Sword Technique. Her combat power is at the peak of soul formation and can be ranked among the top 10 in the Central Tower. The 3 of them were called out. They did not know why. The other young cultivators in the cultivation room were confused. Voodoo King did not keep them in suspense. He immediately said, the company is recruiting a new batch of people today. They need to go through a few basic tests. In order to obtain the most direct and reasonable values, the 3 of you can spar with them. Don't go overboard. During the process of Voodoo King selecting people, Li Daochong informed Li He and the rest of the situation. Seeing the 3 young elite cultivators of Kunlun standing out, Li He and the rest swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Li He was only at the middle stage of Yuanying level. He was still relying on Li Daochong to provide him with resources regardless of the cost. Usually, he rarely fought. His life was mainly focused on managing the company. Li Ling's talent was slightly stronger than Li He's, but she was only at the late stage of Yuanying level. She had just broken through not long ago after receiving the Shang Qing Qi manual from Li Daochong. Although Xiaoling River was favored by Li Daochong, she was still young. She was only at the Jindan level recently. She did not understand how she could fight with these 3 guys. Xiao Ying could be considered the strongest of the 4. She had always been a cultivation maniac, and after receiving Li Daochong's help during this period of time, the energy she had accumulated over the years exploded out. Even Li Daochong was shocked by Xiao Ying's breakthrough. This girl asked Li Daochong many questions after receiving the Heavenly True Spirit technique and the complete 9-split saber technique. Seeing that this girl was so serious, Li Daochong opened up her inner world and gave her a great opportunity. Then, Xiaoing immediately entered the cultivation room with the time spirit array to cultivate crazily. In the cultivation room with the timed spear array, 10 days outside was 1 year inside. Xiaoying cultivated for 3 years. Adding in many spiritual herbs and spirit stones, she did not care about the cost. The little girl rose 3 levels in a row. She broke through from the middle stage of yuanying to the early stage of soul formation. Even Li Daocheng did not expect such a leap. This girl not only fulfilled the oath she made, but also did it very well. Xiaoying had become the strongest person among those who followed Li Daocheng. Aside from the cherry blossom gauze, she was not human. Even Silver Bottle was not as good as Xiaoying. Silver Bottle naturally received the most resources out of everyone. Under the support of Li Daocheng, she did not spare any effort. She was a card slave with no talent for cultivation, but she was forcibly blessed with many powerful talents. Silver Bottle was also at the early stage of soul formation. Her cultivation was about the same as Xiaoying, but in terms of combat power, Xiaoying was above Silver Bottle. However, Silver Bottle's combat power was not weak. It was just that her direction was more towards magic cultivation. Silver Bottle was still somewhat against combat cultivation. The reason why Li Daocheng gave Silver Bottle the Silent Spear was because he saw that this girl did not like close-range combat. The few of them were nervous, but Li Daocheng's face was calm. He looked at them with confidence. Li Daocheng was curious about the new terms, so he asked Voodoo King, "Divine Lord, what does it mean to have a defense of 800 crystals and an attack of 1,300 crystals?" Chapter 769. Voodoo King glanced at Li Daocheng and explained with a chuckle, "Li Daocheng, the unit crystal is a materialized quantifier that has only become popular in the past 100 years. It can be used to measure a cultivator's combat strength more directly. Originally, it wasn't accurate to only talk about the level of cultivation. For example, if a late-stage Jindan cultivator and a mid-stage Jindan cultivator were compared, in terms of cultivation, the late-stage Jindan cultivator was indeed stronger. However, if they were to really fight, the mid-stage Jindan cultivator might not necessarily be weaker than the late-stage Jindan cultivator. Although in most cases, it is true that the cultivator with a higher cultivation is more powerful, this isn't certain. In addition, there are also differences in strength between cultivators with the same cultivation. Therefore, many cultivator technicians in the field of refining began to research and materialize the combat strength of cultivators. After decades of evolution and research, they established the unit of combat strength materialization, crystal. Simply put, 1 crystal of combat strength is equivalent to the destructive power of 1 ton of spear explosives. 1,300 crystals of combat strength refers to the destructive power of a cultivator's full-strength attack, which is equivalent to 1,300 tons of spirit explosives. This can be quantified regardless of whether it is a spell or a physical attack. 800 crystals of spirit explosives refers to the maximum damage a spirit body can withstand without any defensive measures. In other words, if all 800 tons of spirit explosives hit the body, it will just break the body's spiritual Highland shield. Voodoo King explained in a simple and clear manner. Li Daocheng and the others had a rough understanding of what crystal meant. Perhaps the deeper concept wasn't so simple. However, knowing this much was enough. After all, they weren't cultivator researchers. With this calculation, the specific combat strength of the 3 selected cultivators was clear at a glance. Since there is such a test method, why don't you test it on my friends? Li Daocheng asked casually. Li Daocheng, the results will be tested during the sparring process. The results from a non-combat state test are inaccurate, Voodoo King replied. Newcomers, what's wrong? Are you scared? When the burly man, Lu Yu, heard Li Daocheng's words, he thought that this group of newcomers was scared. He immediately looked down on this group of people and coldly looked at Li Daocheng. Humph! Xiaoying, who was standing behind Li Daocheng, coldly snorted and sent out a blast of energy. Lu Yu raised his hand to block. With a bang, he was forced back 3 steps. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this seemingly harmless little girl was not only hot enough, but also strong enough to actually force him back. Although it was a sneak attack, it was still quite good. After all, his physical body was tyrannical, and he was a pure body refiner. Watch your mouth. If you disrespect Master again, I'll dig out your eyes. Xiao Ying's killing intent instantly soared. No one had expected that Xiao Ying would actually make a move. However, there were 3 people present who could stop Xiao Ying. Even if she made a move without warning, these 3 people could still stop her. Li Daochong, Nailin Shou, and Voodoo King. But the 3 of them didn't stop him. Needless to say, Li Daochong was unhappy with Lu Yu's words. Since Xiao Ying taught him a lesson, he naturally wouldn't stop it. Li Daochong was recruited by Voodoo King. Now that he was being mocked, the old man was naturally unhappy. In addition, Nailin Shou was present. His position wasn't the highest, so it wasn't his turn to do anything. As for Nailin Shou, this crossing tribulation stage super cultivator, it was a good thing for her to see the juniors compete with each other. As long as they didn't kill, they could play however they wanted. It was more interesting to fight until their heads bled. Therefore, the 3 of them didn't intend to make a move. Master? That immature brat is your master? Ha ha. Lu Yu looked up and laughed, then said, "It seems that your strength isn't that strong, ha ha." At the same time, the hundreds of young cultivators from Kunlun who were looking at them also laughed. But they didn't know the name of the immature brat that Lu Yu was talking about. If they knew, everyone's jaw would drop. Li Daochong was the most popular topic at the moment. Jiuxuan Spirit Sage wanted to meet this young cultivator. Of course, they couldn't know this now. Voodoo King and Nailin Shou obviously didn't want to introduce him. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. It was useless to rely on reputation. When Lu Yu said this, not only Xiao Ying, but also the others were angry. He actually said that Li Daochong was an immature brat. Presumptuous. Cherry Blossom Gauze and Yin Ping said in unison, Yo, this brat is quite popular. Female cultivators like him. I'm a little curious. What's so good about him? Lu Yu said disapprovingly. Cherry Blossom Gauze was about to make a move, but was stopped by Li Daochong. He didn't care about trash like Lu Yu. He didn't even look at Lu Yu. He turned to Voodoo King and Nailin Shou and said, "Can we start?" Voodoo King glanced at Lu Yu with a bit of sympathy. The old man knew Li Daochong's strength by heart. Lu Yu was no match for Li Daochong. He said, "Let's start. Who's going first?" Xiao Ying said respectfully to Li Daochong, "Master, can disciple go first?" Li Daochong nodded slightly. "Go ahead. Be gentle. Don't kill him." "Yes." Xiao Ying obeyed, bragging without a draft. "Do you think she can kill him?" Lu Yu said disdainfully. Li Daochong treated this bull as air. He said to Voodoo King, "Let this bull test Xiao Ying." Voodoo King smiled bitterly and nodded. "Lu Yu, you go." Lu Yu said respectfully, "Thank you, Divine Lord. I couldn't ask for more." Voodoo King had chosen 3 people. The weakest was Zhang Liang. He thought that he would be the first to fight, but he didn't expect that it would be the powerful Lu Yu. The young cultivators of Kunlun Heavy Industry all looked at Xiao Ying with sympathetic gazes. When the 2 stood together, Xiao Ying, who was less than 165 meters tall, looked like a child. Lu Yu was more than 3 meters tall. He had 1/8 of the ancient giant bloodline. He was born with great strength. His steel muscles were invulnerable. He practiced the Tianxian level cultivation method, unbreakable golden body. Anyone who met him would have a headache. The weak ones didn't even need to use Qi Gang to defeat their opponents. Xiao Ying was holding an inconspicuous long sword. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary Zamadeo. It didn't even have spiritual Qi fluctuations. This is a competition. Don't go too far. Whoever attacks secretly, don't blame me for being impolite. Start. Voodoo King's face changed, and he said solemnly. As soon as he said that, Lu Yu, who had been ready for a long time, shouted. His Qi Gang exploded. His energy surged like the waves of the sea. If it was in the outside world, this Qi Gang could collapse the buildings within several kilometers. But in this cultivation room, the gravity was hundreds of times higher, and the spiritual Qi was limited by the spiritual array. Naturally, the power was greatly weakened. With Li Daochong, Voodoo King, and Nalan Shou present, no matter how violent the spiritual chi explosion was, it couldn't set off much of a storm. Lu Yu's tower-like body swelled again, full of terrifying power. That little girl can't even cut Lu Yu's hair. It's not a matter of whether she can cut him or not. It's just that this competition is too unfair. The little girl is simply looking for abuse. Some young cultivators around discussed sympathetically. Xiao Ying held the long sword and hung it on one side. She didn't care about Lu Yu's power at all and even yawned. "I'll let you attack first," Xiao Ying said coldly. She was blatantly provoking him. Lu Yu was enraged. He took a step forward. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled. His huge body was blasted out like a cannonball. The female cultivators in Kunlun turned their faces away. They couldn't bear to see what would happen next. It was too cruel. Buzz! There was the sound of a fist breaking through the air. Lu Yu smiled ferociously. This punch was enough to make this little girl kneel down and sing conquered. Whoosh! The fist did hit Xiao Ying, but it wasn't a real body, but an afterimage. What? Lu Yu was stunned. With the help of such a powerful gravity, his attack was so fast that even a cultivator in the late stage of the soul formation realm couldn't dodge it. This girl actually dodged it. Where's she? Lu Yu looked around. You think you can show off with this little ability of yours? Xiao Ying's mocking voice came from above Lu Yu's head. Only then did the latter realize that there seemed to be something above his head. Lu Yu didn't see Xiao Ying's movement clearly. She appeared above Lu Yu's head in a half-squatting position. Damn it! Lu Yu cursed in his heart. He raised his hands at the same time and clapped them to the top of his head. Bang! His hands clapped, but he didn't hit anything. Xiao Ying appeared in front of Lu Yu in a flash. She casually held the Zamadeo in her hand and didn't intend to attack. Lu Yu's eyes became red. After this exchange, he had lost a lot of face. The young cultivators in Kunlun who were watching from the side all opened their mouths in disbelief. Is she a loach? Someone murmured. How dare you trick me? Lu Yu was really angry. A ray of light appeared on his fist, and he threw it at Xiao Ying without any explanation. This time, Xiao Ying didn't dodge. She held the Zamadeo in her hand and used the blade as a shield. She deliberately took Lu Yu's heavy punch head-on. This little girl is faster than Lu Yu. She could have used guerrilla warfare to drag Lu Yu to death. She might have had a chance to defeat him, but taking it head-on is too righteous. Taking the punch of a soul formation realm cultivator head-on, what's the difference between that and seeking death? Many young cultivators with rich battle experience shook their heads and said, clang! The fist and the Zamadeo clashed together, creating a crisp sound. Lu Yu's fist was as hard as metal. Boom! The two forces of energy collided and exploded. The scene of Xiao Ying being blown away didn't appear. A frail and petite figure was holding the blade with both hands, and a huge fist was pressing against the blade. Xiao Ying didn't move at all. What? This time, not only were the young cultivators shocked, even Voodoo King's body trembled. The old man knew that Li Daochong was powerful, but he didn't expect the little girl who followed him to be so powerful. Before this, the old man thought that Xiao Ying was Li Daochong's maid. How could Mei be so powerful? Behind the blade, Xiao Ying grinned. Lu Yu was stunned, and his mind went blank. This barbarian bull could be ranked in the top 5 in strength in Kunlun, but he couldn't send this girl flying. What the hell? Xiao Ying's body flashed and disappeared. When she reappeared, she jumped into the air and kicked Lu Yu's big face. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Lu Yu's huge body flew backward as if he had been hit by a heavy truck that had lost control. Lu Yu's face hit the ground and slid for dozens of meters before hitting the wall of the cultivation room. His whole face was smoking. Puff! Lu Yu spat out blood. What the hell? All the young cultivators in Kunlun exclaimed in their hearts. Xiao Ying stood in place and looked at Lu Yu coldly. She didn't use the Zamadeo because she was afraid that she couldn't control her strength well and cut this barbarian bull. The 9-crack saber technique was too powerful. She couldn't control it as freely as Li Daochong. Voodoo King sighed in his heart and shook his head. He looked at Lu Yu and gave some pointers to the others. A cultivator's strength isn't reflected in their muscles. What's the use of having a body full of flesh? Cultivators use spiritual energy to transform it into strength, or spiritual energy for short. What are you waiting for? Help Lu Yu down and treat his injuries. He lost. Nailin Shou's beautiful face was filled with a strange color. She looked at Li Daochong with approval. Xiao Ying called Li Daochong master. Obviously, she was taught by Li Daochong. Even Nailin Shou didn't think highly of Xiao Ying at first. After all, Lu Yu's close combat ability was one of the best among all the young cultivators in Kunlun. Even if he lost, it should be after 300 rounds of fighting. Who would have thought that this little girl, who looked harmless, would defeat Lu Yu in 2 or 3 rounds? Li Daochong, this girl is not bad. Nailin Shou's love for talent was aroused, and the way she looked at Xiao Ying became different, as if she wanted to take her for herself. She is indeed not bad. Sister Xiao, don't think too much. She is mine, Li Daochong said lightly. Xiao Ying walked to Li Daochong with a solemn expression and stood respectfully behind him. She turned a blind eye to everyone's gazes. Chapter 770. After Xiao Ying's battle, Li Daochong's group's image in the eyes of Kunlun's young cultivators instantly rose by several notches. The contempt and disdain that had appeared in their eyes earlier had already disappeared. No matter how slow they could now see that these newcomers were not easy to deal with. One by one, they inadvertently glanced at Voodoo King. Only then did they remember that this old man was Kunlun's chief headhunter, who specialized in finding newcomers with great strength and great potential. These people were all brought by Voodoo King. How could this old man casually bring cats and dogs? This group of arrogant young cultivators' sense of superiority was completely gone. Master, did this disciple use too much force? Xiao Ying ignored everyone from the beginning of the battle, but she had been paying attention to Li Daochong's changes in expression. At this moment, seeing that Li Daochong did not express anything, the little girl felt uneasy and worried that her performance was not good enough, so she could not help but ask. Not too much force, just right. However, the place you kicked was a bit wrong. Li Daochong replied casually. When Xiao Ying heard the change in tone, her heart immediately hung in the air. She hurriedly asked, Master, this disciple was too angry, so... Li Daochong smiled slightly, lowered his voice, and covered his mouth with his hand. He did not look like a master at all. He leaned close to Xiao Ying's ear and said, You should have kicked his butt. This kind of barbarian bull does not care about his appearance. After kicking his butt, as long as he sits down in the future, he will remember everything that happened today and will never forget it. Xiao Ying's pair of big eyes stared blankly at Li Daochong. She had always been in awe of the latter. Li Daochong's image in Xiao Ying's mind was mysterious and lofty. The little girl had always respected him as an elder. The scene of her being rejected by Li Daochong as her master was deeply engraved in her mind. In order to prove herself, in order to make Li Daochong accept her as his disciple, Xiao Ying always maintained a nervous state. She could not afford to be careless in her cultivation, all for the sake of obtaining Li Daochong's approval one day. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Master, in Xiao Ying's heart, was a synonym for strict, honorable, and could not be profaned. Li Daochong's previous indifference and rejection towards Xiao Ying was indeed in line with Xiao Ying's image of her master. Xiao Ying had never thought that Li Daochong would one day speak to her in such a manner and tone. For a moment, the little girl was stunned. The image of Li Daochong as a cold and strict master was subverted when Xiao Ying was caught off guard. Master actually had such a side? Xiao Ying stared blankly at Li Daochong. The latter did not realize it and even winked at the little girl. Master, disciple understands. Next time, I will definitely pay attention. Xiao Ying stuttered as she replied. Li Daochong smiled as he withdrew his body. There was no trace of the indifference he had when he refused to accept Xiao Ying as his disciple. To tell the truth, Xiao Ying had always had a shadow in her heart over the years. She was naturally afraid of Li Daochong even afraid. The terrifying strength that Li Daocheng had shown during the direct test had left a deep impression on Xiaoying. In fact, at that time, Li Daocheng's strength was not strong, but Xiaoying was even weaker. Therefore, at that time, she felt that Li Daocheng was as powerful as a demon god. Initial impressions were sometimes decisive. The simple conversation between the master and disciple naturally had nothing to do with other people. Everyone's attention was still on the field. Lu Yu's defeat made the other young cultivators who were not selected secretly rejoice. Originally, they were upset that they were not selected and lost the opportunity to perform well. Now that they were selected, they realized that it was a trap. Lu Yu was not a match, let alone them. Zhang Liang swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His face no longer had the excitement he had when he came out. His strength was far inferior to Lu Yu's. How could he fight? Zhang Liang, come out. Voodoo King shouted. Zhang Liang braced himself and walked to the center of the field. Li He, you go. Li Daocheng immediately said. Li He originally did not have much confidence, but after seeing how easily Xiaoying took care of that seemingly very powerful bull, his dejected state was immediately shaken up. His confidence increased greatly. Li He, don't hold back. Go all out and end the battle quickly. Directly use the vast, true spirit technique. Li Daocheng transmitted his voice. Understood. Li took a deep breath and replied. In terms of cultivation, Zhang Liang was higher than Li He. The former was Yuanying's peak, while the latter was Yuanying's late stage, and had just broken through. Needless to say, Li He had not fought with anyone in recent years. He had only fought with the troublemakers who smashed the Li group's branch a few months ago. Li's weapon was a wooden stick that Li Daocheng had plundered from 13 Spectre. There were not many people who used this type of weapon. After all, the wooden stick's lethality was not sharp enough. Coupled with the fact that it was made of wood, its power was reduced even more. When Li He received the wooden stick from Silver Bottle, he was repulsed in his heart. He felt that Silver Bottle did not value him enough. However, he later found out that Silver Bottle had given him the best Dharma treasure in that batch of Dharma treasures when they were distributing the Dharma treasures. However, he was ignorant and did not know the value of the Dharma treasure, so he mistakenly thought that Silver Bottle did not value him. For this, Li He felt guilty and worked wholeheartedly to make up for it. The origin of the material used to make this wooden stick was not ordinary. Li took it to old Ghost Zhang to appraise and found out that the wooden stick was made of profound sky spirit wood. It was infinitely close to the grade of immortal spirit wood. This spirit wood did not exist in the spirit realm of the human realm. It originated from the twin dragon star in the spirit realm of the demon realm. It was a special spirit wood there, golden dragon ebony tree. After the demon realm was invaded by the Hades, this tree had disappeared. Li's wooden stick was a limited edition golden dragon ebony staff. Whether it was attack or defense, it had the wood attribute. Rather than calling it a stick weapon, it was better to call it a pure Dharma treasure. The golden dragon ebony staff had many transformations. It could be long or short. It could stretch and shrink freely. It could even transform into a huge tree to suppress the opponent. It could also transform into a black dragon to attack. When Li He and Zhang Liang entered the arena, they bowed to each other. There was no hostility like between Xiao Ying and Lu Yu. Li He stretched out his hand, and the golden dragon ebony staff appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Liang did not want to be outdone. With a surge of telekinesis, a 4-foot-long magistrate brush appeared. The brush was made of green thunder bamboo, and the brown hair on the tip of the brush was the tail hair of the ancient giant spirit beast, a profound sky medium Dharma treasure. I am Zhang Liang. Sorry for the offense. With Lu Yu as an example, Zhang Liang did not dare to underestimate him. He did not dare to be negligent. I am Li He. Li He returned the greeting. After the two finished talking, Zhang Liang drew a giant tiger in the air. Roar. There was a tiger's roar. The giant tiger actually came to life, leaping up and pouncing towards Li He. Zhang Liang was a genuine Dharma cultivator. The giant tiger seemed to be alive, but it was actually formed by spirit chi and was not a physical object. If an ordinary person saw the giant tiger, their legs would turn to jelly, not to mention fighting back. If they heard the tiger's roar, even if they did not faint from fright, they would fall to the ground. Of course, cultivators were not afraid of ordinary tigers. They could subdue them with a simple spell. The giant tiger formed by spirit chi was not an ordinary tiger. Li saw the situation and smiled. He was not afraid of Dharma cultivators. He waved his hand and shouted, "Go!" The golden dragon ebony staff flew out and turned into a giant black dragon. The two ferocious beasts clashed with each other like a hot knife through butter. The giant tiger was not a physical object, but the black dragon was formed by spirit wood. The difference in power was obvious. The giant tiger was quickly torn apart by the black dragon. Zhang Liang did not panic. The magistrate brush in his hand did not stop for a moment. He drew more than 10 fierce spirit beasts. Li was not idle either. He waved his hands and chanted. The black dragon formed by the golden dragon ebony staff grew bigger. More than 10 ferocious spirit beasts were swallowed by the giant black dragon. Zhang Liang's expression changed. He did not expect his opponent to be a powerful Dharma cultivator. If ferocious beasts did not work, then he would use something more powerful. Zhang Liang drew in the air with his brush, and several flying swords flew out. Whatever he drew would appear. Zhang Liang's divine ability had many variations. It could be used both offensively and defensively. Its biggest advantage was that it did not consume much spirit chi. After a few rounds, Li saw that Zhang Liang wanted to fight a protracted battle. He could not help but be delighted. As Zhang Liang attacked, the black dragon's body changed slightly. It showed signs of transforming into a dragon. The black dragon swallowed Zhang Liang's attacks and turned them into its own energy. When Zhang Liang realized that something was wrong, Li stretched out his hand, and the black dragon turned back into the golden dragon ebony staff. It was just that the staff gave off a faint golden glow. Li grinned. "Thanks." With that, Li jumped up and struck with his staff. Shocking staff. Zhang Liang saw that the situation was not good and quickly drew several defensive shields. Bam, bam, bam. The defensive shields were all shattered. Zhang Liang raised his magistrate's brush to block the blow. With a loud boom, the heavy blow came crashing down, almost causing Zhang Liang to bleed. Li was a little annoyed that he did not defeat Zhang Liang with his staff. It seemed that the spirit chi he absorbed was not enough. Li raised his staff and was about to strike again. "Enough. It's a draw," Voodoo King said. Li was stunned. He was a little unconvinced, but he still put down his hand. When he walked back, he muttered, "I won." When he passed by Li Daochong, a faint voice sounded in Li's mind. "You lost. A draw is giving you face. Touch your back." Li was stunned. He quickly touched his back, and his pupils shrank. A layer of sticky substance was stuck to his clothes. It was the spirit ink that Zhang Liang used. Li did not know when it was stuck to his back. That guy only needed a thought to draw a ball of flame, and you would be set on fire. Your battle experience is still too little. I told you to end the battle quickly, but you didn't listen. You just gave him a hit from the beginning, and you won. With the vast true spirit arts and the mountain-shaking staff that you cultivate, he simply can't block it. Li Daochong's voice sounded in Li's mind again. Li sighed in shame. "Daochong, I was too arrogant." Li Daochong waved his hand. "You haven't fought much, so it's already not bad that you can do this. You haven't completely lost." If Zhang Liang had been able to attack without defending when he drew that stroke, there would have been a chance for you to draw. Li nodded slightly and retreated. In this battle, both parties were not injured, and they did not expend too much energy. Sir God Wuchun continued to let Zhang Liang fight. On Li Daochong's side, it was Li Ling who was being tested. Compared to Li He, Li Ling had more combat experience and was more hard-working in her cultivation. In addition, Zhang Liang had already exposed most of his moves in the previous battle. Li Ling attacked fiercely from the start. With the Shanqing Qi technique and the Ling Yun sword technique, Zhang Liang could only parry and was quickly defeated. Zhuolan became the last of the 3 people selected by Voodoo King. Xiaoling River's spirit meridians had just awakened and could not fight at this level. Li Daocheng decided not to let the little girl participate in the competition this time. It was enough for her to come out and see the world. Only Yin Ping was left. Before she went up for the test, Li Daocheng whispered a few words to her. Zhuolan was not only the strongest of the 3 people selected, but she was also the strongest of all the young cultivators in Kunlun who were present today. Facing Zhuolan, whose combat strength was close to the Void Refinement realm, Yin Ping was obviously powerless. In a competition, she could not use her spirit magnetic gun. The silent extinction that Li Daocheng gave Yin Ping could only lie in her storage ring and sleep. After the battle in the Black Prison, Yin Ping did not fight again. She only exchanged a few moves with Cherry Blossom Gauze when she was cultivating. Both of them used swords. However, Zhuolan's combat experience and skills were obviously much stronger than Yin Ping's. If Yin Ping did not have the protection of her spirit body, the support of the profound heaven spirit meridians, and Li Daocheng's cultivation experience, she would not have been able to defeat Yin Ping. She might not even be able to withstand 10 moves, but in the end, under the support of her indomitable will, she fought with Zhuolan for over 100 rounds before being defeated. Although Yin Ping was defeated, there was a smile in Li Daocheng's eyes. The little girl was finally no longer the timid and indecisive servant girl who did not know what to do without Li Daocheng's orders. Li Daocheng could tell at a glance what level Zhuolan was at. This woman was even stronger than the 2 half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivators he killed on Blue Bay Star, Ishino Sato and Zhang Yaodu. Yin Ping was able to hold on for so long when Zhuolan did not hold back. Even though she was defeated, it was still an honorable defeat. Li Daocheng was very satisfied. Divine Lord, there is no one else on my side. Li Daocheng continued. Voodoo King glanced at Cherry Blossom Gauze and felt slightly strange. The old man had long noticed that among the people who followed Li Daocheng, the strongest one was this woman in white who had a devastatingly beautiful appearance. The old man could not understand why she did not participate. Then the test is over. Voodoo King nodded and then turned to the manager of the cultivation room. Is the test result out? Without waiting for the manager of the cultivation room to speak, Nailan Shou's voice suddenly sounded. Wait. Voodoo King did not understand. Miss Nailan, is there anything else? Nailan Shou stared at Li Daocheng and said, Shaman Puppet, Li Daocheng has not been tested yet. Voodoo King immediately said, when Li Daocheng was on Blue Bay Star, I have already tested him. There is no need to test him again. Nailan Shou said, since you have tested him, why didn't you provide the test data? Voodoo King was stunned. This, Nailan Shou continued, without the data, how can you judge whether he has reached the standard? Li Daocheng will test you again. You don't have any objections, right? Li Daocheng shrugged. He did not know whether to agree or disagree. The word do as you please was written on his face. Nailan Shou's eyes flashed. All right, Li Daocheng, please. Li Daocheng walked into the field with a faint smile on his face. He stopped a few meters in front of Zhuolan and casually stood there. Zhuolan inexplicably felt a strong sense of urgency. She frowned. She did not know why this feeling appeared. Li Daocheng's aura was clearly very weak. Let the little girl go down, Nailan Shou said again. Voodoo King looked at Nailan Shou in confusion again. Miss Nailan, didn't you want to test Li Daocheng? How can you let Zhuolan go down? Little tortoise, you're really forgetful. Didn't I just tell you to let me borrow your Vajra Demon Lord? Let him go. Nailan Shou's words were shocking. Voodoo King's old face stiffened. Vajra was a Void Refinement Realm body-tempering cultivator. Compared to him, Luyu was just a strong ant. Voodoo King believed that Li Daocheng was a powerful spiritual force master. Wasn't it bullying to use Vajra to test him? Chapter 771. Voodoo King was worried that Li Daocheng would not be a match for Vajra in close combat. But Nailan Shou was adamant, so the old man had no choice. If he continued to argue, it would seem that he had a guilty conscience. After all, Li Daocheng had passed his test. If he insisted on not taking the test again, It would seem that he was deliberately protecting Li Daochong. Outsiders would easily feel that there was something fishy going on. Voodoo King's old face was calm. He moved his hand, and a transparent thread moved. This thread was pulling on the Vajra demon Venerable. After subduing this evil cultivator, Voodoo King used the great voodoo puppet art to refine Vajra into a voodoo puppet, making him his personal bodyguard. Voodoo King was not good at close combat, but a voodoo spell cultivator. He could refine any living thing into a puppet, erasing their consciousness. However, his own strength would not be affected at all, and would even be stronger than before. Vajra, who had been standing quietly behind Voodoo King, received the order and immediately moved. Thump, thump. He walked towards Li Daochong with heavy steps. Every step he took caused the cultivation room to shake. This cultivation room, which was reinforced by a powerful spiritual array and made of sky mystic magical metal, seemed like it could collapse at any time. In an IU space, a cultivator's strength would be suppressed. However, Vajra's body did not seem to have such a phenomenon. He walked in front of Li Daochong. Rip! The robe that almost covered Vajra's entire body was torn off. The Vajra true body that never saw the light of day was instantly exposed in front of everyone. In terms of body size, Vajra was not as large as Lu Yu. He did not have the blood of giants. He was only 9 meters tall, which was only a little taller than the standard height of a human. His muscles were not as bulging as Lu Yu's. He was only a little stronger than the average cultivator. However, his entire body was like a sculpture. There wasn't a trace of fat on his body. It was like a work of art. The slightest bit more would be too much, and the slightest bit less would be too little. However, Vajra's aura far surpassed Lu Yu's, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire training room. A body refining cultivator at the void refining stage. All the young cultivators of Kunlun looked at the follower of Voodoo King in astonishment. Who would have thought that it would be the infamous evil cultivator Vajra from several years ago? This person's battle achievements were outstanding, and his hands were stained with blood. At least 100 cultivators had died miserably at his hands. Among them, there were at least 30 spatial tempering cultivators and more than 10 body integration stage old devils. It was rumored that Vajra had killed a mid-body integration stage combat cultivator in an instant. A body refinement cultivator was definitely a combat cultivator, but a combat cultivator was not necessarily a body refinement cultivator. Most cultivators belong to the Qi refinement stage. If one did not have the talent for body refinement, they could forget about it. This path was most likely not long, and it was usually a shortcut. A few years ago, Vajra was listed on the wanted list of the Kuan Empire. He was a 3A wanted criminal, which was standard. He was extremely dangerous and cruel. Many young cultivators subconsciously took a few steps back. Vajra's ferocious face had already been broadcasted on various major media outlets. This guy was a human-shaped nether devil. Li Daochong's height of 180 centimeters was a very standard height for cultivators in the Great Cultivation era. Standing next to Vajra, Li Daochong appeared thin and petite. The former seemed like he could crush him with just a little bit of strength. Nalan Shou looked at Li Daochong playfully. Her beautiful eyes carefully observed every detail that Li Daochong revealed. Voodoo King was inexplicably nervous. His palms were sweating. He really wanted to control Vajra to go easy on Li Daochong, but in the end, he gave up on the idea. No one knew better than Voodoo King how terrifying Nalan Shou was. She was a tribulation stage cultivator. No matter how clever the old man was, he would never be able to escape Nalan Shou's spiritual sense detection. Li Daochong stood with his hands behind his back. He calmly looked at Vajra, who was approaching him. Li Daochong had already noticed this guy when he was at the Blue Bay Star. At first, Li Daochong mistakenly thought that he was a puppet. Later, in the small bamboo tea house, he figured out that he was a human puppet and not a spiritual mechanical steel puppet. Although Silver Bottle and the other girls knew that Li Daochong was powerful, when they saw Vajra's face and felt the terrifying spiritual pressure, their hearts suddenly tightened. The close combat ability of a body-refining cultivator was too strong. They were like human-shaped machines. If Lu Yu was a ferocious pit bull, then the Vajra Devil Emperor was a giant Manchurian tiger. The two were not on the same level. In front of Vajra, Lu Yu was just a moving menu. Except for Cherry Blossom Gauze and Xiao Ying, Li He and the others' faces were unnaturally tense. Xiaoling River was so scared that she was about to cry. She didn't want her big brother, Dao Chong, to be bullied. Xiaoling River couldn't suppress the worry in her heart. She grabbed Cherry Blossom Gauze's white dress and begged, "Big Sister Yingsha, hurry up and think of a way to stop big brother, Dao Chong, from taking the test." Xiaoling River had been at the Blue Bay Star for many years. Although no one told her, the little girl already knew that this cold, pale, and powerless, beautiful big sister was truly terrifying. Because she hadn't been in contact with Li Daochong for a long time, Xiaoling River didn't have a direct judgment of his strength. Cherry Blossom Gauze glanced indifferently at Xiaoling River. She didn't understand why this little girl was so anxious. She also didn't understand why she didn't want such a good opportunity to display her strength. "Stay aside, don't disturb me." Cherry Blossom Gauze frowned. Apart from Li Daochong and Yin Ping, the others were all aliens in Cherry Blossom Gauze's eyes. In the past, they were food, but now they couldn't be treated as food. They could only be treated as aliens. In fact, Xiaoling River and Cherry Blossom Gauze had never spoken before. Today was the first time they had sat on a sedan chair. However, Xiaoling River didn't expect this to happen. She was stunned. Who would have thought that Vajra would be refined into a human puppet by Voodoo King? Isn't that so? No wonder there hasn't been any news about this Isha in the past 2 or 3 years. This brat seems to be one of the new leaders. He's pretty arrogant. He's probably going to cry when he meets Vajra. He's probably going to be beaten to a pulp. Vajra is an early-stage void refinement cultivator. He can even kill a body integration cultivator in close combat. It's said that he can shatter a star with a single punch. Poor guy. Before coming here, he probably never dreamed that he would meet such a ferocious opponent in a small test. If I were him, I'd admit defeat immediately so that I wouldn't be beaten to a pulp. Vajra is already a human puppet. He won't have any scruples when he attacks. The voices of the young cultivators of Kunlun Heavy Industry rose and fell one after another. All of them were criticizing Li Daochong. It wasn't that they wanted to belittle Li Daochong. It was just that Vajra's notoriety was too great. He was a wanted criminal. He had killed hundreds of people. The cultivators he killed all died miserable deaths. The deterrence of notoriety was far greater than strength itself. Let's begin. Nailin Shou was a bit impatient when she saw that Voodoo King still hadn't given Vajra the order to attack. The sound wave went straight into Voodoo King's mind. The old man's heart tightened, and he let go of the transparent thread in his hand. At the same time, he heaved a sigh. "Li Shao, good luck. I can't help you anymore." The moment Voodoo King let go of the transparent thread in his hand, Vajra's eyes emitted a beam of red light. Arg! A roar came out of Vajra's mouth. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that it was a demon from hell. A few timid young female cultivators covered their ears and trembled in fear. Vajra turned into a black shadow and punched at Li Daochong with a fist covered in black flames. Among everyone present, only Cherry Blossom Gauze, Voodoo King, and Nailin Shou could see Vajra's movements clearly. The others didn't react at all because they didn't know what was going on. Li Daochong stood still and didn't do anything. Voodoo King's eyes were filled with fear. Li Shao used his immortal will to attack. "Huh!" Nailin Shou exclaimed softly. Almost at the same time, Li Daochong made his move. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Everyone could see his movements clearly. This punch was ordinary and had no power to speak of. What was strange was that Vajra's violent attack was a perfect combination of speed and strength. However, it didn't hit Li Daochong first. Instead, it kept the same frequency as Li Daochong's punch. Others couldn't see anything strange, but Nailin Shou, Voodoo King, and Cherry Blossom Gauze could. Impossible. Nailin Shou was shocked. just as she finished speaking. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder suddenly rang out. The cultivation room was like an earthquake. Hundreds of young cultivators couldn't stand still and fell to the ground. Only Cherry Blossom Gauze, Nail and Show, and Voodoo King were still standing. Even Xiaoing staggered a few steps and barely managed to stabilize herself with the long sword in her hand. At that moment, the young cultivators didn't know what had happened. Their heads were buzzing. Crack, 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 before the deafening thunder faded. They heard the terrifying sound of bones breaking. It's over. Li Daochong is crippled. Some of the cultivators said instinctively. This kid has 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He went up against Vajra in a simple test. Someone else said sympathetically, "Quick, call a medic." A cultivator called out in a hurry. However, he didn't get any response. Nailin Show's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise as she looked at the scene. Voodoo King opened his mouth wide, but his eyes were filled with pain. Cherry Blossom Gauze's cold and pale face showed an indescribable surprise and shock. When the buzzing in everyone's head stopped, they finally saw what had happened. They saw that Li Daochong was still standing in his original position. The only change was his punch. Vajra stood with his legs bent forward and back, maintaining the standard posture of a full-force punch. The two fists collided. Li Daochong's fist was not even a third of the size of the Vajra Demon Venerable's fist. However, the latter's horrifying fist was deformed, with broken bones protruding out of his skin. His steel-like arm was severely twisted, his muscles torn apart, and his skin burst open. Broken bones of various sizes pierced out from within. All the young cultivators in the cultivation room stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. The room was dead silent. Chapter 772. Voodoo King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The old man had accumulated hundreds of years of wisdom, yet he had not expected Li Daochong to cripple his most prized creation with one punch. Wasn't he a divine spiritual sorcerer? Voodoo King's brain could not process this. Even with his judgment, he had actually made a mistake. The key was that this was not the first time. This experienced old man had never been right about Li Daochong's judgment. To Voodoo King, a mistaken judgment was not the main point. The main point was that he had spent a lot of effort to refine the Vajra human puppet, but it had been crippled by Li Daochong's punch just like that. It would cost a lot to repair it. Voodoo King's heart ached at the thought of spending money like water. The old man was so angry that he glared at Nail and Show vaguely. It was all because of this woman. Bai Chun, who was standing beside Voodoo King, had fear in his eyes. Li Daochong's impact on him was no longer shock, but horror. It was already heaven-defying to say that he was a powerful, divine, spiritual sorcerer. After all, even Master Voodoo King's divine spiritual sorcerer was no match for Li Daochong. For more than 100,000 years since the start of the cultivation era, there had never been a divine spiritual sorcerer who was good at close combat. No, there had never been one. If a divine spiritual sorcerer could still fight in close combat, what was the difference between this and cheating? It was fine if he could fight in close combat, but Li Daochong had crippled a void refinement physique cultivator with one punch. This meant that Li Daochong's physical body was much stronger than Vajra's. Regardless of whether it was strength or speed, Li Daochong was superior to the latter. Ever since Bai Chun had met Li Daochong, he had always wanted to surpass him one day and believed that he would definitely be able to do so. At this moment, Bai Chun's confidence had been shattered by this punch. Nail and Show's beautiful eyes lit up. She knew that Li Daochong must be extraordinary. Otherwise, Jiushuan would not have gone to see him. However, this tribulation transcendence cultivator had still underestimated Li Daochong's ability. In the eyes of others, this punch was only terrifying and mighty, but no one knew the mystery behind it. It was the spirit chi realm. Simply put, it was to create one's own realm within a certain range. In this realm, one's own realm could only be comprehended by cultivators of the body realm. Very few cultivators under the body integration stage were able to comprehend this technique. If a cultivator below the body integration stage could comprehend it, he or she would be a rare genius in the cultivation world. It would already be amazing if a few of them appeared in each generation. It was precisely because Li Daocheng had released the Spirit Chi realm that his seemingly ordinary punch maintained the same frequency as Vajra's swift and violent punch. In fact, Nalan Shou had insisted on testing Li Daocheng again. She just wanted to give him a show of strength. Don't think that he could be arrogant just because Jiuxuan had seen him. Unfortunately, Nalan Shou's wishful thinking was knocked to the ground by this punch. Cherry Blossom Gauze looked at Li Daocheng in surprise. After not seeing him for a few years, this kid's strength had skyrocketed. He had actually reached such an unbelievable level. Xiaoling River, who was so worried and scared that she was about to cry, stood rooted to the ground when she saw the situation. She was dumbfounded and suddenly felt that her actions just now were like that of an idiot. She had nothing to worry about. Young master, Yin Ping murmured to herself. She looked at Li Daocheng with eyes full of pride. Xiao Ying was so excited that her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was the master in her heart. He was calm and revealed an irresistible strength. Master, I won't embarrass you. Xiao Ying secretly swore and clenched her small hands into fists. Li He and Li Ling looked at each other and saw the unreality in each other's eyes. It was as if they were saying, "Are we dreaming?" Li Daocheng's strength on the Blue Bay Star was already ridiculously strong. He had killed a cultivator at the peak of the Soul Formation realm in an instant. Many people said that Li Daocheng was showing off behind his back. He looked casual, but in fact, he had used all his strength. However, even if he used all his strength, killing a cultivator at the peak of the Soul Formation realm in an instant was still a godlike existence in the Federation. The Li family didn't say this out loud, but in fact, they still felt that it was very likely. After all, that was a cultivator at the peak of the Soul Formation realm. To the cultivation world of the Shenghua Federation, that was the existence at the top of the pyramid. However, now it seemed that Li He and Li Ling realized that Li Daocheng really wasn't showing off. Sato Ichiran and Zhang Yaodu were simply trash to him. There was no need for him to do anything. Was it necessary to shoot a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun? In front of Vajra, those two were F*King ants crawling on the ground. He could crush them to death in minutes. One punch, just one punch. Li Daocheng had beaten the notorious and powerful Vajra until he was disabled. Even an idiot could see that Li Daocheng didn't use any strength at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as losing an arm. Li Daocheng withdrew his fist in front of everyone and walked back as if there was no one around. He looked at Nalan Shou and said indifferently, "Is that enough?" Clap, clap, clap in the dead silent cultivation room. There was a crisp clap. Nalan Shou smiled as she looked at Li Daocheng applauding and said, "You exceeded expectations. You can join now." After saying that, she turned and left. Voodoo King's face twitched. He wanted to stop this woman. If you leave just like that, who will be responsible for my losses? He shouted in his heart, but in the end he didn't say it out loud. Voodoo King's fear of Nalan Shou had long been engraved in his bones. He couldn't afford to offend a cultivator who had passed the tribulation. "Little tortoise, I'll pay for the repair of your mantis." Just as Voodoo King was cursing in his heart, Nalan Shou, who had stepped out of the door, suddenly said. The old man was stunned for a moment before he calmed down. Immediately, Voodoo King brought Li Daocheng and the others to the Human Resources Department to complete the entry procedures and enter Kunlun's cultivation department. The news of Li Daocheng crippling Vajra with one punch during the entry test quickly spread throughout the Kunlun Spirit Tower. What? He crippled Vajra with one punch? Did you hear wrongly? I thought I heard wrongly and asked 3 times. The news is accurate. He crippled Vajra with one punch. So powerful? Isn't he stronger than our Kunlun's #1 young cultivator, Kudo Tiger? There were close to 1,000 floors in the Kunlun Spirit Tower. Everyone was discussing this unbelievable matter after a meal. As for Li Daocheng and the others, after completing the entry procedures and officially becoming members of Kunlun, Nalan Shou specially hosted a banquet in the Sky Tower to receive Li Daochong and the others. Of course, it was mainly because of Li Daochong's face. The others were just incidental. The banquet was very high-end, but the scale was not large. However, several important senior members of Kunlun came to recognize their faces. These senior members were not cultivators with profound cultivation. They were only in the middle stages of the yuanying and soul formation stages. However, they were all cultivation talents in management and held high positions in Kunlun. In addition to the board of directors, they were the leaders of the entire supergroup. From now until the start of the competition, Kunlun will provide you with all the cultivation resources for the next month. If you have any requests, you can ask now. Nailan Shou looked at Li Daochong with a smile and said, this tribulation passing stage fairy was very satisfied with this young man who had just joined them. No matter how she looked at him, he was pleasing to the eye. It was as if she had a good son-in-law who completely met her mother-in-law's requirements. Li Daochong's appearance completely solved the awkwardness of Kunlun's lack of manpower. Otherwise, Kunlun would become the biggest joke among the top 100 cultivation enterprises in the 3 major cultivation empires in the first spiritual realm youth cultivation competition. It was not to the extent that Kunlun had no talent. Before Li Daochong's arrival, the strongest young man in Kunlun was Kudo Tiger, who was at the early stage of the Void Refinement realm and was 31 years old. In terms of cultivation, he was not bad. He was not old and deserved to be called a proud son of heaven. He also had talent. His battle record was also passable. A year ago, he cooperated with the Cultivation Security Bureau to capture a late-stage Void Refinement cultivator and seriously injured him with his own strength. His combat strength was also not bad. However, Kudo Tiger was only ranked 157th in the Nam Kuin top 10. There was no fear of not knowing the goods, only comparing them. From a one-sided perspective, Kudo Tiger was very good. However, compared to the young cultivators at the top of Gun's pyramid, he was ashamed of his inferiority. 31 years old, early-stage Void Refinement realm. In most places, he was definitely a monster. Unfortunately, among the top 50 young cultivators in the Nam Kuin top 10, none of them had a bone age of more than 30 years old. The oldest was 29 years old, and the weakest was at the early stage Void Refinement realm. This comparison was not worth mentioning, not to mention their combat strength. For example, Yin Feng from the Yin family was at the middle stage Void Refinement realm. Half a year ago, she had beaten up a veteran early stage body integration cultivator. Not to mention the top 50, Kudo Tiger had a private spar with a young cultivator who was ranked around 100 on the Prodigy ranking a few months ago. Kudo Tiger had always been brooding over his ranking and felt that he was severely underestimated. In the end, Kudo Tiger was almost beaten out of his skin in this spar. When the higher-ups of Kunlun found out, they could not eat or drink and were worried about the future of this long-established cultivation company. Nailan Shou searched everywhere and used all the resources at her disposal to find talents. In the end, it was to no avail. Those top companies were already backed by big mountains, and those big mountains were not inferior to Kunlun. Some of them were even more powerful than Kunlun. They could afford whatever price you offered, even if it was higher than what you offered. It was impossible to poach them from this corner. Nailan Shou had basically given up until Li Daochong appeared out of nowhere and rekindled a little flame of hope in her heart. However, she did not have much hope, especially after Voodoo King said that Li Daochong was a powerful spiritual sorcerer. Spiritual sorcerers were indeed powerful. However, when it came to high-level cultivators, spiritual sorcerers did not have much of an advantage. They could be easily targeted. The strengths of spiritual sorcerers were obvious, but so were their weaknesses. However, after Li Daochong crippled Vajra with one punch, all the doubts in Nailan Shou's heart disappeared. Perhaps he could not be compared to those freaks in the top 20 of the Nam Kuin top 10, but the top 50 or even the top 30 would not be a problem. Kunlun did not ask for much, as long as they did not embarrass themselves. At least they were acceptable. Senior Nailan, my share of cultivation resources has been divided equally among them, Li Daochong said. I told you, Don't call me senior, call me sister. Nailin Shou looked at Li Daocheng reproachfully and expressed her dissatisfaction. Then, she said, you don't want the cultivation resources? Don't you want to try harder? Maybe you can make a breakthrough? No, my body has been very tired during this period and I need a rest. It may not be a good thing to destroy my body blindly. Work and rest should be balanced. It's rare for me to come to Kunlun. Before the competition starts, I plan to look around. Li Daocheng replied indifferently. Nailin Shou did not expect Li Daocheng to say that. The good impression she had of him was immediately reduced. You have talent and strength, but you can't stand up to your laziness. Nailin Shou's face flashed with displeasure, but she did not want to force Li Daocheng. She turned around and said indifferently, Up to you. I have something to do and will take my leave. After saying that, she left directly. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chapter 773. Ever since Li Daocheng joined Kunlun, he had officially entered the sights of the cultivation world of the Kuan Empire. At the same time, Li Daocheng's name entered the Heaven's Chosen list. In just 2 to 3 months, Li Daocheng's reputation soared. Of course, this was mainly due to the fact that the Jiuquan Spirit Sage had seen him in person. Because Li Daocheng's battle records were not many, they could only judge his strength based on the limited information they had. The cultivation world of the Kuan Empire unanimously agreed that Li Daocheng's potential was limitless, but his current strength should not be too strong. In the end, he was ranked 46th on the Heaven's Chosen list. The latest round of rankings was also the last one before the start of the competition. When everyone saw Li Daocheng's name in the 46th place, they instantly went into an uproar. Those who were unconvinced, doubtful, and disdainful were everywhere. Li Daocheng's appearance in the 46th place meant that all the young cultivators below this rank would be ranked lower by 1 place. Those who were ranked below 100 might not feel much as the changes were relatively big. It was normal for one's strength to rise and fall suddenly, so a change in one's ranking was insignificant. However, it was different for those who were ranked below 100. Their strength was very similar and there was rarely any fluctuation. A ranking meant a huge difference in strength. Although Li Daocheng's reputation was great, it was mostly because of the Jiuquan Spirit Sage. At least, that was what most people in the outside world thought. Who knew his strength? They only knew that he had killed 2 half-step void refinement cultivators in an instant. This battle record was a miracle in the Shenghua Federation, but it was nothing in the Kuan Empire. Therefore, when Li Daocheng's reputation soared, he also became the most controversial young cultivator in the spirit world of the human region. Most of the people in the cultivation world thought that this young man who appeared out of nowhere might have some ability, but it would not be too great. Otherwise, why would he be unknown for more than 20 years before his death? Obviously, he was not strong enough. As for why the Jiuquan Spirit Sage wanted to meet this young man in person, that was the most accepted explanation at the moment. Li Daocheng was a very powerful spirit sage and was very suitable to cultivate the Jiuquan divine technique. The Jiuquan Spirit Sage wanted to take Li Daocheng as a disciple. Li Daocheng did not respond to anything in the outside world. There was no trace of him on the spirit net, as usual. During this period, he went to a famous spirit island to enjoy the sun. The next day, he would appear at the peak of a spirit mountain to watch the sunrise, and the day after, he would appear at the peak of a spirit mountain to watch the sunrise, and the next day, he would appear with woods enjoyed, Heeses. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible to follow him. Nailin Shou saw everything about Li Daocheng, and the fire of hope that was originally ignited disappeared bit by bit with the passage of time. But she was helpless. Li Daocheng was already the best choice at the moment. It was obviously not feasible to find other young elites. Li Daocheng's lazy and playful personality made Nailin Shou hate him for not living up to her expectations. After all, he was now ranked 46th on the Tianjiao list. It had been 60 or 70 years since anyone from Kunlun entered the top 100. No matter how annoyed Nailin Shou was, she could only watch Li Daochong take a few trusted subordinates to enjoy the scenery. All the young elites in the entire human domain's spirit world were nervously making the final push during this period of time. They used all the methods they could and used all the cultivation resources without caring about the cost. They just wanted to make a breakthrough in the remaining time. Li Daochong was obviously an exception. The number of people participating in the first spirit world's youth cultivation building skyrocketed every day. Any youth with a bit of strength wanted to stand out in the competition. Those without strength also wanted to see the world, accumulate experience, and see how big the gap was between them and the real experts. Of course, the ones who received the most attention were the seeded contestants from the three great cultivation empires. The non-Koan empire's Tianjiao list. The other two great cultivation empires, the Qinsong Empire and the Yuqing Taishi Republic, also had it. However, the competition this time was not based on the cultivation empires, but on the various cultivation empires. The top 100 cultivation empires in the human domain's spirit world attracted almost everyone's attention. Among them, the top 10 cultivation empires attracted even more attention. These 10 cultivation empires were Cloud Jade, Robe Ethereal Spirit Brain, Myriad, Wonder, Talisman, Clear Sun Medicine, Refinery, Heavenly Star Equipment, Refinery 9, Star Spirit, Array Virtual Spirit, Net Heavenly Gate, Shuttle Wuji, Mining Yuqing Military. These 10 cultivation empires all came from the three great cultivation empires. The non-Koan empire's three companies were Cloud, Jade Robe, Ethereal Spirit Brain, and 9-Star Spirit Array. Although Kunlun was also one of the top 100 cultivation empires, it was not in the top 10. It was only in the middle, around the 50th place. The Qinsong Empire's three companies were Myriad, Wonder, Talisman, Heavenly Gate Shuttle, and Wuji Mining. The other four companies were Green Sun Medicine Refinery, Heavenly Star Weapon Refinery, Virtual Spirit Net, and Yuqing Military. They were all cultivation empires of the Yuqing Taishi Republic. These 10 cultivation empires were the most powerful cultivation empires in the human domain. 1/3 of the cultivation empire's prodigies on the Tianjiao list came from these 10 companies. The three most powerful cultivation empires who occupied the top spots on the Tianjiao list also came from these 10 cultivation empires. Mo Chenxi, the leader of the Nam Kuan Top 10, was at the late-stage Void Refinement Realm. 3 years ago, he had killed a Demon King, Nether Demon, and defeated at least 5 body integration realm cultivators. He was the youngest member of the Cloud Mystic Robes Board of Directors and was worth hundreds of billions of high-grade spirit stones. Han Pe, the leader of the Qinsong Prodigy list, was at the late-stage Void Refinement Realm. He had once exposed a late-stage body integration realm cultivator and killed him on the spot. Han Pe was also the most powerful cultivation empire's prodigy talisman. In addition to his powerful cultivation and combat strength, he was also a 4-star spirit sequencer and could create level 23 spirit talismans. Yu Qinghe, the leader of the Yuqing Taishi Republic's prodigy list, was at the peak of the Void Refinement Realm. His combat strength was half a step away from the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. In fact, Yu Qinghe was a battle maniac who appeared most often on the front line among the younger generation. A total of 3 Devil King-level Nether Devils had died at his hands, and all of them were famous figures in the Nether Realm. This battle record was enough to make Yu Qinghe a lieutenant general in the Jade Clear Great Void Republic's cultivation army. At the same time, Yu Qinghe was also recognized as the most powerful cultivation empires in the human domain. There were no more than 5 cultivation empires who could compete with him, and those 5 cultivation empires would still be slightly inferior in front of him. It's lonely at the top. Yu Qinghe had left these words on a stone tablet in a secret realm 2 years ago. Yu Qinghe was the youngest ancestor of the Yuqing military, and his status was only below the 2 spiritual supremacies. In addition to these 3, there were more than 10 super prodigies who were highly anticipated. Zhongli Qiongchang, the most powerful cultivation empires in the Wuji Mining Company. His cultivation was at the late-stage Void Refinement Realm, and his combat strength was at the late-stage Body Integration Realm. He owned 3% of the Cultivation Empire's shares and was worth more than 5 billion high-grade spirit stones. He was one of the 5 most powerful cultivation empires in the prodigy list. Devourer, the grandson of the ethereal spirit brain empires, was known as the most powerful spirit-based programmer in history. His cultivation was at the late-stage void refinement realm, and his combat strength was at the late-stage body integration realm. His Dharma treasure was the spirit brain. He could calculate 1,000,000 possibilities in a battle in a second and analyze the most beneficial plan for himself. Wei Jinping, the inheritor of the Golden Rock bloodline in the Heavenly Gate flying shuttle. He had perfectly inherited the Golden Rock bloodline, and its concentration was at the late-stage void refinement realm, and his combat strength was at the late-stage body integration realm. Chapter 774. Shangguan Yulao, the youngest 4-star craftsman in the Heavenly Star, a member of the board of directors, and the vice president of the Craftsman Association. She was at the late stage of the void refinement realm, and her battle prowess was at the late stage of the combination realm. Her divine art of falling rain had no weak points. She had mastered this divine art of turning immortal in 10 years. Shangguan Yulao had countless magic treasures. She could appear and disappear unpredictably. She was known as the most difficult opponent among the young cultivators in the spiritual realm of the human realm. Zhu Xiaoyu, the successor of the spiritual net, the daughter of the spiritual venerable Junyan. Her bone age was only 26 years old, but her seniority was frightening. Everyone below the spiritual venerable level was her descendant. It cannot be helped. The spiritual venerable Junyan did not have a descendant for 1,000 years. Until 28 years ago, when he was cleaning a large dead star at the border of the Jade, clear Great Void Republic, he met a mortal woman. Somehow, he fell in love with her. The spiritual venerable married a mortal woman and gave birth to Zhu Xiaoyu. The outside world was not optimistic about this marriage. They thought that it was difficult for a spiritual venerable and a mortal to have children. Even if they had children, their talents would be limited. At that time, it caused an uproar in the Jade, clear Great Void Republic. Countless single female cultivators were heartbroken. It was fine if the spiritual venerable Zhu Nian married a powerful woman. Who would have thought that he would marry a mortal woman, and the kind that was in dire straits at that? All right, putting all these aside, at the very least, her appearance should be of a national beauty category. In the end, her appearance was just like that. She was not ugly, but she was not beautiful. In short, she could not be compared with the female cultivators. Everyone said that the spiritual venerable Junyan was immersed in the spiritual net and confused himself. However, when the outside world was in an uproar and all kinds of negative comments were flying in the sky like snowflakes, in less than a year after the spiritual venerable Junyan got married, the mortal woman became pregnant. Then, she gave birth to Zhu Xiaoyu. The spiritual venerable Junyan's surname was Zhu. But after stepping into the cultivation realm, very few people called him by his surname. After 1,000 years, no one knew his original surname. This was a slap in the outside world's face. They just said that a spiritual venerable and a mortal woman could not have children, and she became pregnant. However, many experts and scholars in the cultivation realm did not give up. They were very confident in their judgment. Therefore, a very convincing explanation was on the verge of coming out. What was the use of being pregnant? This child was destined to be mediocre. What kind of talent could a mortal girl have? No matter how strong spirit supremacy absolute thought was, it was useless. At best, Zhang could give birth to an average cultivator. This kind of talk followed Zhu Xiaoyu from her birth until the day her spirit vein awakened. It had been 16 years. This experience was somewhat similar to Li Daocheng's. However, Zhu Xiaoyu's ears weren't too quiet. It was mainly because she was a keyboard warrior on the spirit net. No one dared to say anything in front of her. Her father was a spirit paragon. With a single thought, he could kill you 1,000,000 times over. You wouldn't even know what had happened. Naturally, No one dared to make things difficult for Zhu Xiaoyu. However, when Zhu Xiaoyu was 16 years old, she awakened her spirit vein. The faces of those cultivation experts who had spoken so logically back then had been slapped swollen. Not only did Zhu Xiaoyu perfectly inherit the genes of the spirit supremacy, but she also had the Xian Heaven Spirit Meridian and the Divine Wood Spirit Meridian that had been extinct in the cultivation world for 30,000 years. There was nothing special about her spirit vein. It had strong self-healing and healing abilities. It could also absorb spiritual energy automatically. In other words, she didn't need to cultivate deliberately. She could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth automatically. During Zhu Xiaoyu's growth, she had been slapping the faces of those cultivation experts and keyboard warriors almost every day. She was only 26 years old. Her cultivation was at the mid-stage void refinement realm. Her combat strength was at the late-stage body fusion realm. She cultivated both energy and body. Her mental power was even stronger than her father's when she was the same age. In an instant, those keyboard warriors on the spirit net who couldn't wait for others to be bullied shut up. Xiong Qiguang, a 9-star spirit array master, a great god-level young cultivator. His bone age was 27 years old. His cultivation was at the mid-stage void refinement realm. His combat strength was at the late-stage body fusion realm. He could instantly set up a miniature spirit array. It was similar to Shangwan Yulua. The only drawback was that the activation of the spirit array required a large amount of spirit energy. Therefore, Xiong Qiguang had to carry various forms of energy with him. When fighting against high-level cultivators, the consumption was huge. The outside world ridiculed that Xiong Qiguang was a giant spirit beast. After a battle, he would definitely eat a few million mid-grade spirit stones. However, these keyboard warriors were worried for nothing. Xiong Qiguang was also a board member of the 9-star spirit array master. He held 4% of the shares and was worth hundreds of billions of high-grade spirit stones. He had a lot of cultivation resources. And Ghoul, a god-level young cultivator with a myriad mystery spirit talisman. His cultivation was at the mid-stage void refinement realm. His combat strength was at the late-stage body fusion realm. He was a 3-star spirit sequencer and could make level 21 spirit talismans. Compared to Han Pe, he was still a powerful young cultivator who couldn't be underestimated. Lu Yuandao, a 4-star alchemist cultivated by the Green Sun Elixir Refinery, was the only 4-star alchemist under 100 years old in the spiritual realm of the human realm. He was known as the strongest alchemist after the Medicine King. Lu Yuandao's natal magic treasure, the Green Sun Furnace, was an immortal-level alchemy cauldron left by the founder of the Green Sun Elixir Refinery. It contained 7 true spirit fire seeds. The fact that the Medicine King personally passed the Green Sun Furnace to Lu Yuandao was enough to show his recognition of Lu Yuandao's strength. A super spirit medicine that was worth millions of spirit stones on the market was just a chocolate bean in Lu Yuandao's eyes. Recovery type, cultivation type, healing type, explosion type, and many other spirit medicines. Lu Yuandao could take out any one of them, and countless cultivators would go crazy. Magic Blue Yarn, another god-level young cultivator with a 9-star spirit array master. Her bone age was 25 years old. She was the youngest cultivator among the top 10 on the prodigy roll of the 3 empires. It was said that this girl had the bloodline of the demon race. As for what kind of bloodline it was still a mystery. She was different from Xiong Qiguang. The latter's understanding and control of spirit arrays was unparalleled in the world. Magic Blue Yarn took a different path. She set up all kinds of miniature spirit arrays on her body and Dharma treasures so that she could use them whenever she wanted. Her entire body was a moving myriad spirit array. Her cultivation was at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, and her combat strength was at the late stage of the body integration realm. The process of fighting Magic Blue Yarn was the process of breaking all kinds of spirit arrays. In the end, you wouldn't know whether everything in front of you was her real attack or an activated spirit array, or if everything was just an illusion of the spirit array. Magic Blue Yarn was also called the Fairy of Illusion because of this. Feng Qichong, the strongest young cultivator in the Jade Clear military works aside from Yuqinghe. His demon-sealing spear was invincible. He had two kinds of mysterious heaven spirit meridians, the metal thunder spirit meridians and the ice spirit meridians. His talent was rare in the world. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, and his combat strength was at the late stage of the body integration realm. Very few cultivators below the tribulation transcendence realm could withstand his ultimate skills, the metal thunderstar shattering and the extreme cold penetrating rainbow. Feng Buji, the last disciple of the Cloud Jade Robe's first ancestor, Cloud Jade Spirit Supremacy. He kept a low profile, and there was relatively little information about him. A year ago, Feng Buji was able to enter the top 10 of the Nam Kuan top 10 because he was the last disciple of the Spirit Supremacy. Other than that, Feng Buji didn't have any reference information. He only knew that his cultivation was not weak and his combat strength should be good. However, he could only rely on guesses. However, last year, Feng Buji was ordered by his master, Cloud Jade Spirit Supremacy, to escort an immortal-level robe personally refined by Cloud Jade Spirit Supremacy, the Crimson Silver Battle Robe, to a low-level cultivation planet in the Qiansong continent. On the way, he encountered black prison robbers, dark knight assassins, and at least 3 mid-stage body integration evil cultivators. In the end, the 3 body integration evil cultivators were killed by Feng Buji single-handedly. Even their essence spirits didn't escape. Since then, Feng Buji's ranking was widely recognized, and he officially became a god-level young cultivator. The dozen or so young cultivators above were the top group of people in the entire human domain spirit world. Everyone else paled in comparison to them. Li Daochong might be in the limelight during this period, but he was only a topic of discussion. In the entire human domain spirit world, he had some strength, but it was limited. At least, he couldn't compare to the dozen or so young cultivators above. He was a young cultivator at the level of the Flame Phoenix. However, he wanted to be very strong. After the test in Kunlun ended, Li Daochong disappeared, and the topic of discussion gradually disappeared. The keyboard warriors on the spirit intranet were eager to see the world in chaos. They were all supreme experts on the keyboard and ants in action. All kinds of comments were invincible, but they were just hiding in a corner to vent their envy and hatred. When there was a hot topic, these guys would desperately climb up and make their presence known. After all, they were all cowards in reality. Once this hot topic subsided, they would immediately abandon it mercilessly and move on to the next hot topic. Therefore, after Li Daochong's news disappeared, it was quickly replaced by other things. As for Li Daochong himself, he didn't pay attention to the craze he had caused on the spirit intranet at all. Therefore, to Li Daochong, everything was normal. Just like that, more than a month passed quickly. The number of people signing up continued to increase explosively. During this period of time, Hades was also busy selecting candidates to enter the reincarnation road. The battles on the front lines had eased. Of course, the human race wouldn't let down their guard because of this. Moreover, the competition was imminent, and they couldn't afford any mistakes. In order to prevent Hades from launching a sneak attack, and also for the smooth start of the competition, the cultivation armies of various countries had gathered at the front lines in large numbers, surrounding the human domain's spirit realm tightly. The cultivation armies were on guard, and the remaining cultivators were fully prepared for the start of the competition. This would be the largest, highest standard, most number of participants, the most expensive, and the most influential super competition in the history of cultivation in the human domain spirit realm. This competition would select the most outstanding 100,000 young cultivators to enter the mysterious reincarnation road, to comprehend the secrets left behind by the immortals and explore the mysteries of the existence of the immortal world. More importantly, they would fight against Hades's many tyrants and eliminate as many of Hades's forces as possible. July 22nd, 2390th year of the Sheng Yuan calendar. The first Spirit Realm Youth Cultivation Competition which was highly anticipated by the human domain's spirit realm, had officially begun. The total number of young cultivators with a bone age of 60 and below who had signed up was 389. 7465-21653. 389-7465-21653. It covered at least 48% of the total number of cultivators of this bone age in the entire human domain spirit realm. The remaining cultivators were either not strong enough, or were part of the cultivation army, or were demonic cultivators or evil cultivators. In short, the young cultivators participating in the competition were basically all the elites that could be gathered in the human domain. Such a large number of participants was a great test for the organizer, the Business Alliance of Cultivators. However, it was impossible for so many people to compete in the same area in the preliminary round. The preliminary round was held directly on the Spirit Net, which was the only place that could accommodate so many people at the same time. The preliminary round would only last for 3 days. The non-seeded players would fight against the simulated spiritual beasts on the Spirit Net in different areas. The simulated spiritual beast was a kind of battle beast made by the ethereal spirit brain. All the cultivators in the preliminary round would fight against the simulated spiritual beast with the same battle strength. As long as they defeated the simulated spiritual beast, they could enter the finals. That's right, as long as they passed the preliminary round, they would enter the finals. The semifinals didn't exist at all. If they couldn't even defeat a simulated spiritual beast, their strength would be limited. They wouldn't be qualified to continue with the competition. Big Brother Dao Chong, that person is so powerful. He scattered the simulated spiritual beast with one punch. Shaoling River's simulated spiritual image, which looked like a real person, exclaimed in admiration as she sat in the stands. Ling Shi, it won't be long before you become much more powerful than him. Li Daochong, who was sitting next to her, encouraged her. You Li Daochong? Just as Li Daochong and Shaoling River were talking, a somewhat disdainful voice came from behind them. Shaoling River frowned slightly and turned to look. She saw that 2 young cultivators in white Taoist robes had appeared behind them at some point in time. At this moment, the 2 of them were looking down on her and Li Daochong. You don't look like much. Are you interested in exchanging a few moves with me? Chapter 775. Li Daochong didn't even turn his head, as if he didn't hear what the 2 of them were saying. Shaoling River's pretty face was a bit nervous. The 2 people in front of her were both at the soul formation stage. Although this was the Spirit Net, it could perfectly simulate everyone's real situation. As long as you connected your psychic power to the Spirit Net, you would be the original you. Many people in the stand were attracted by the conversation and looked over. The 2 young cultivators thought that Li Daochong was scared of them when he didn't say anything. The young man in white immediately laughed. Ha, Li Daochong, it looks like you're just a lecher who doesn't live up to your reputation. You went around flirting with girls during the preliminaries, but you have good taste. This girl is quite pretty. Many people looked at Li Daochong with sympathy. This guy's been praised too highly. I didn't expect him to be such a coward. Someone whispered. That's right. It looks like his ranking is really exaggerated. 46th in the Nam Kuan top 10. It doesn't look like it at all. Shaoling River was furious when she heard this. Just as she was about to explode, Li Daochong stopped her. At this moment, a beautiful figure flashed past. Whoosh! Silver light flashed. The 2 young cultivators didn't even know what had happened before their heads were separated from their bodies. Xiao Ying's face was cold as she put away the saber in her hand. She was the one who had attacked. If Li Daochong hadn't told her not to attack, she would have killed the young man in white as soon as he spoke. Killing someone on the Spirit Net naturally wouldn't result in death unless they used powerful psychic power. Otherwise, the one killed would only be a simulated image. However, it wasn't like there was no effect at all. If the other party attacked too quickly, the victim would suffer a backlash and be logged out of the Spirit Net. When they logged in again, they would appear at the original resurrection point. The Spirit Net didn't forbid private fights, only the use of psychic power. If they couldn't fight freely in the virtual spirit world, then the cultivator's courage would be completely wiped out. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one would look for trouble and fight on sight. The two young cultivators at the soul formation stage were killed in an instant. The spectators in the stands were all shocked. Just now, he wanted to watch a good show, but he didn't expect it to end before it even started. Xiaoying sheathed her sword and returned to Li Daocheng's side. The latter then asked, "Did you pass the preliminary round?" Xiaoying nodded. Yes, Li Daocheng had expected this, but he still wanted to confirm it. The master and disciple duo acted as if nothing had happened. As for the two young cultivators that had come looking for trouble, they had already been completely forgotten. In Kunlun, apart from Li Daocheng and Kudo Tiger, who were seated contestants, all the other young cultivators had to participate in the preliminary round. Xiao Ying, Yin Ping, Li He, and Li Ling also wanted to compete with the simulated spiritual beasts. Li He and Li Ling had to use all of their strength to defeat the simulated spiritual beast after several hours of bitter fighting. Especially Li He. If Li Daocheng hadn't given him a lot of guidance, forcibly increased his strength, and given him 2 heavenly mystic gray Dharma treasures, he would have been eliminated. He would most likely have been eliminated. Li Ling's situation was a little better, but she also used a lot of effort. Xiao Ying and Yin Ping's situation was much better. They both finished their battles within half an hour. The preliminary round was in full swing. Some people finished their battles in a few minutes and advanced to the finals. Some people fought bitterly for several hours without a result, but they could still hold on. At least there was still hope for them to advance. Some people were very funny. They were full of confidence and thought that their strength was superior. But as soon as the battle began, they were instantly killed by the simulated spiritual beast. A simulated spiritual beast with the strength of a late-stage soul formation stage cultivator became the dream of most young cultivators. They had to be at the peak of the soul formation stage to have a chance of winning. In fact, this requirement was quite high. After all, how many geniuses were there who could fight above their level? For ordinary cultivators, they had to be at the peak of the soul formation stage to be able to defeat the simulated spiritual beast. This kind of human-shaped virtual beast had the best speed, strength, and attack power of its peers. Not only could it fight in close combat, but it could also fight from a distance. On the first day, more than 40 billion young cultivators were mercilessly eliminated. All of this was within the expectations of the spiritual venerables. It was said that the preliminary round shouldn't be too difficult, but in fact, the difficulty was quite high. Reaching the peak of the soul formation stage before the age of 60 was almost an impossible task for ordinary cultivators. After a day, the young cultivators participating in the preliminary round realized how difficult it was. More and more people began to complain. At this time, the keyboard warriors began to stir again. The seated contestants don't have to participate. Shady, they're shady. It's not fair, it's too unfair. What's the difference between this and the previous allocation of slots? We protest. It's really hard for poor people to stand out. The protests on the spiritual intranet came one after another, and the voices were louder and louder. However, no matter how the keyboard warriors shouted, there was no response. They could say whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't mention names and slander them. Some brainless keyboard warriors couldn't control themselves in the end and spoke more and more nonsense. Some of the troublemakers were immediately arrested by the Cultivation Security Bureau as soon as they made groundless remarks. It wasn't that the officials didn't respond. A seated contestant publicly demonstrated against the simulated spiritual beasts. It was still 1 against 100. That's right, 1 against 100 simulated spiritual beasts. This demonstration was broadcasted live on the spiritual intranet. The seated contestant killed all the simulated spiritual beasts in a few minutes. What was the difference? This was the difference. Even after the demonstration, some people still clamored that it was cheating and said that the combat power of the simulated spiritual beasts had been lowered. This comment had just appeared. The officials responded again. They selected more than 1,000 young cultivators who had been eliminated. They were also the strongest among the eliminated contestants. They were allowed to choose any seeded contestant to fight for a minute. As long as they could hold on for a minute and not lose, they would be allowed to enter the finals. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar, reigniting the hope of these 1,000 young cultivators. Naturally, the weakest contestants were chosen. The seeded contestants at the bottom of the rankings immediately became busy. The definition of a seeded contestant was very simple. The top 3,000 on the genius roll of the 3 cultivation empires were the seeded contestants. There were also young cultivators from other cultivation empires who had made outstanding contributions and had impressive battle records. There were only a total of more than 10,000 people. No one dared to choose the seeded contestants on the genius roll. They were all young elites from other cultivation empires. In the end, after more than 100 matches, no one could last more than 3 moves. All of them were killed instantly. They barely managed to last 3 moves because the seeded contestants were merciful. In this way, the keyboard warriors on the spiritual intranet all shut up. They had already been slapped in the face. If they continued to speak, they would only prove that they were idiots. Just when everyone thought that the public opinion had been suppressed and that there wouldn't be any more trouble, a young cultivator named Pan Jialuo chose Li Daochong as his opponent in the official revival match. The news exploded instantly. The spiritual intranet was in an uproar. It wasn't easy to find information about Li Daochong, but information about Pan Jialuo was everywhere. He was at the mid-stage of the soul formation realm and had mastered the astral sword technique to the point of perfection. He had once defeated a demon. In the preliminary round, Pan Jialuo fought hard with a simulated spiritual beast for 7 hours before he was defeated due to a misjudgment. Some people bragged that Pan Jialuo's combat power was extremely strong and that he was like a spiritual venerable. There were also countless voices criticizing Li Daochong. It seemed that everyone didn't have a good impression of this guy, who had entered the top of the genius roll purely based on his reputation. They couldn't wait for Li Daochong to be humiliated. However, the keyboard warriors didn't use their brains. Putting aside Li Daochong's strength, how strong could Pan Jialuo be? More than 40 billion people were eliminated on the first day, but these idiots automatically filtered out the 30 billion people who advanced. No matter how powerful Pan Jialuo was, he was still someone who had not passed the preliminary round. The 30 billion young cultivators who advanced were obviously stronger than him. Li Daochong soon received a notice from the chairman, asking him to enter the spiritual intranet and fight with Pan Jialuo. This battle ignited the whole spiritual intranet. The officials smelled a business opportunity and expanded the battle platform 100 times, selling tickets and broadcasting rights publicly. In just 1 hour, 1 million tickets were sold out. The mainstream media of various countries bought the broadcasting rights at a high price. Even though the time limit of this battle was only 1 minute, the broadcasting rights were still sold at a high price of billions of high-grade spirit stones. Pan Jialuo didn't expect that he would become a famous cultivator in the entire spiritual realm because of his peak. He was still being interviewed 10 minutes before the battle started. This guy also saw the business opportunity and asked for 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for 1 minute of exclusive interview. When Pan Jialuo entered the battle platform, Li Daochong was already waiting there. Pan Jialuo looked at Li Daochong with a smile and said telepathically, "Li Daochong, why don't we make a deal? If you let me hold on for 1 minute, I will give you 5 million high-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Pan Jialuo was not stupid. He was obviously smarter than the keyboard warriors. He didn't think that he could beat Li Daochong from the beginning. How could a Zhoushuan spiritual sage meet a nobody? As soon as he came up, Pan Jialuo went straight to the point and said his request. Li Daochong curled his lips and replied, "It's too little. How much do you want?" Pan Jialuo quickly asked. As long as he could enter the finals, spending some spirit stones was nothing. "You brat, you used my popularity to earn tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones in a few hours. You have the nerve to ask for 5 million? If it's less than 100 million high-grade spirit stones, forget it. Li Daocheng yawned. Pan Jialuo stretched his neck, and his eyes turned into two small black dots. He didn't expect Li Daocheng to know his every move. However, he didn't rest for a moment for a few hours. His mouth was dry from talking, and he spent more energy, but he only earned more than 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Li Daocheng asked for 100 million high-grade spirit stones. He had to fork out close to 70 million high-grade spirit stones for a spot in the finals. It seemed a bit too much. Moreover, Pan Jialuo was very clear that even if he entered the finals, it would just be a formality and leave a good reputation. At least he entered the finals, but that was it. Can I put it on credit? Pan Jialuo was a bit annoyed, but he endured it. No credit, Li Daocheng said straightforwardly. So there's no room for negotiation? Pan Jialuo's tone changed. Pan, if you can hold on for 1 minute in my hands and obtain the qualification to enter the finals, it won't be difficult for you to earn 100 million high-grade spirit stones, right? Li Daocheng said lightly. Chapter 776. Li Daocheng had originally planned to kill this guy who had chosen him as his opponent for the sake of pleasing the crowd. However, when Pan Jialuo proposed a deal, Li Daocheng's interest was piqued. Li Daocheng had never cared much about reputation. After all, reputation did not equate to strength. Therefore, to Li Daocheng, it was fine as long as he had strength. It did not matter whether the outside world knew about it or not. If he could earn 100 million high-grade spirit stones in 1 minute, why would he not do it? Li Daocheng did not need to think about it at all. When Pan Jialuo heard Li Daocheng's words, his heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that right? If he persisted for 1 minute, the entire spiritual nexus would explode. At that time, he would have as many spirit stones as he wanted. Just the interviews alone would make him a fortune. Pan Jialuo hesitated for a few seconds before he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, deal." Li Daocheng looked at Pan Jialuo expressionlessly and said, "Let's transfer the money now." "Well, I don't have that much right now." Pan Jialuo was telling the truth. "Give me as much as you have." Li Daocheng's eyes flashed coldly. "How about 30 million high-grade spirit stones first? That's all I have right now." Pan Jialuo immediately said, Sure, but you have to pay the remaining 70 million today. If it's not paid by 12, you, the Pan family, and your family's cultivation companies will cease to exist. What do you think? If you think I'm just saying it, you can try." Li Daocheng's tone was as calm as a casual conversation, but it was filled with endless killing intent. Pan Jialuo was furious. He did not believe that Li Daocheng had the ability to do so. However, he suppressed his anger in the end. Transferring money on the spiritual nexus was very easy. Both parties only needed to think about it. The divine sense ripple was a unique identity confirmation. Pan Jialuo did not believe that Li Daocheng had the ability to deal with the entire Pan family. At the same time, he did not believe that he could defeat Li Daocheng. Therefore, the down payment was very straightforward. 30 million high-grade spirit stones were instantly transferred into Li Daocheng's account. In the next minute, the competition turned into a seemingly exciting but fruitless battle. When the match was not over in 20 seconds, the spiritual nexus was in an uproar. Disdain for Li Daocheng could be found everywhere. The dirty talk that had been suppressed with great difficulty was once again revived. Pan Jialuo managed to hold on for a minute and became the first eliminated contestant to be revived. Many of the eliminated contestants who did not choose Li Daocheng began to complain, regretting that they did not choose Li Daocheng. According to the official rules, the seeded contestants could only be chosen once and could not be chosen twice. In other words, after Pan Jialuo chose Li Daocheng, no one else could choose Li Daocheng as their opponent. This Li Daocheng's strength is indeed trash. Shady plot. This is the biggest shady plot of this competition. What exactly does the Jiuxuan spirit sage see in this brat? I want to meet him personally. F***CK. Even I am stronger than him. This competition has been successfully dragged down by Li Daocheng alone. Could Li Daochong be the illegitimate son of the Jiushuan spirit sage? After more than a month, Li Daochong was gradually forgotten. However, after the end of the competition, the commotion caused was several times greater than the previous one. It spread to every corner of the spirit realm. Some of the forces that were optimistic about Li Daochong were greatly disappointed. Kunlun, which was thought to have picked up a treasure, became a laughing stock. In Kuan Empire, Jiushuan Planet. In the Jiushuan Divine Palace, several spirit sages were greatly disappointed. Spirit sage Aurora Light shook his head and said, Jiushuan Spirit Sage, this is the hope you spoke of? You can't even take care of a soul formation cultivator? Spirit sage Azure Dragon remained silent. After a while, he sighed and said, Jiushuan Spirit Sage, even if this brat has great potential, I'm afraid we can't wait that long. Spirit Sage Thousand Hands and Spirit Sage Immortal Sage looked at each other. They didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with disappointment. The four spiritual venerables all looked at an elegant young girl who was floating in the air barefooted in a green dress not far away. She was looking out the French window. If an outsider saw this girl without knowing, they wouldn't be able to imagine that she was one of the three supreme cultivators of the spirit realm, Spirit Sage, Jiushuan Spirit Sage. With her back to the four spirit sages, Jiushuan Spirit Sage didn't look at the spiritual simulation from the beginning. At this moment, a faint smile hung on her dreamy face. She hasn't changed at all. Jiushuan Spirit Sage's face showed some nostalgia. She was immersed in her own world. As for the reactions of the four spirit sages, she didn't care at all. Jiushuan Spirit Sage knew everything about Li Daochong like the back of her hand, especially what had happened on the Blackwood Star. And she was the only one who knew about this. The Jiushuan divine technique was mysterious and unfathomable. How could a guy who killed 3 demon kings not be able to take care of a soul formation cultivator? Obviously not. Therefore, Jiushuan Spirit Sage didn't need to watch this fight, which Li Daochong obviously didn't want to lose. However, she couldn't accurately judge why Li Daochong didn't want to lose. She could only guess that Li Daochong and Pan Jialuo must have made a deal. The revival competition was originally added at the last minute. Even if Li Daochong and Pan Jialuo made a deal, it wasn't against the rules. Jiushuan Spirit Sage, I don't understand. Why did you lower yourself to meet such a nobody and let this kid enter the prodigy role with your reputation and get such a high ranking? Isn't this too unfair to the other young cultivators? Spirit Sage Thousand Hands, who didn't speak just now, saw that Jiushuan Spirit Sage didn't speak and couldn't help but ask, Jiushuan Spirit Sage, isn't it too hasty for you to assign a samsara token to Li Daochong in advance? I think it's better to give it to someone else. Instead of wasting your energy on this kind of person, it's better to use it on Mo Chensi. Spirit Sage, Immortal Sage said. Say no more. Jiushuan Spirit Sage Palace has 3 samsara tokens. One of them already belongs to Li Daochong. No matter what the result of this competition is, I will give it to him. Jiushuan Spirit Sage Empty Space's voice slowly sounded. The 4 spiritual venerables looked at each other in dismay. All of them looked confused, wondering what had happened to this supreme martial artist. Why would she value this guy who came out of nowhere so much? They had also investigated Li Daochong and knew about his past. Perhaps he was a cultivation genius, but compared to the top geniuses of the 3 great cultivation empires, there was still a big gap. At least, it wasn't to the point where he could get a samsara token. There were only 21 samsara tokens in total. The 3 great cultivation empires each had 7. The Kuan Empire had 7 samsara tokens. 3 of them were in Jiushuan Spirit Sage Palace's hands. She naturally had the final say on how to deal with them. However, the samsara token was very important. It was the pass to enter the 6 paths hidden realm after entering the samsara road. Only the strongest 21 young cultivators in the human domain spiritual realm could use it to its full potential. Otherwise, it would be a waste. The samsara road only opened once every 100 years. Every opportunity was very precious. How could they just give it to a nameless and powerless brat? However, Jiuquan's Spirit Sage Palace always kept her word. The four spirit sages knew that this half-immortal had already made up her mind. It was useless to say anything. Qiansong Empire. Penglai Planet. A secluded valley was isolated by a huge protective shield. Outside the protective shield, spiritual energy was everywhere. It was like a fairyland. The concentration of spiritual energy was more than 25%. However, inside the protective shield, it was gloomy and dead silent. It was like Hades. Demonic chi filled the valley. Dozens of demon general nether demons that had been refined into demon puppets were drooling. Their eyes were red, and they were filled with murderous intent. Dozens of pairs of demonic eyes stared at a young cultivator in golden robes in the middle of the valley. There were so many demon puppets. Any one of them was enough to flatten any cultivation country outside of the three great cultivation empires. With dozens of demon puppets attacking at the same time, the three great cultivation empires would have to put in a lot of effort to get rid of them. At the edge of the valley, there were several young cultivators with extraordinary auras. They were both men and women. They were all looking at the golden robe cultivator in the valley with great interest. These young cultivators looked at the dozens of demon puppets. In their eyes, these terrifying demon puppets were just a bunch of cultivation tools, dealing with 57 demon puppets at once. They are all beginner demon general strength. Golden Peng really dares to play. And Gu crossed her arms in front of her chest and watched the show. Big Brother Wei, will he be injured? A young girl in a pleated skirt asked worriedly. The young girl was called Cheng Yin-er. She was ranked 7th on the Qiansong Empire Genius ranking. He probably won't be injured, but it will take a lot of energy to get rid of these devil puppets. Wei Jinping has always regarded the spirit Venerable Nine Xian as his dream lover. We heard that the spirit Venerable Nine Xian had personally received a guy named Dao Chong. He was in a bad mood. He has been cultivating like a madman for the past 2 to 3 months, just to attract the attention of the spirit Venerable Nine Xian during the competition. His jealousy is not ordinary. We have been here for a few days, but he turned a blind eye to us. Chao Lingtian, ranked 6th on the Qiansong Heaven Genius ranking. Wei Jinping's ambition is comparable to his name. The great rock spreads its wings and hates that the sky is too low. He actually wants to woo a 9 Xin spirit sovereign. Liao Wuji had a look of astonishment. Liao Wuji, ranked 8th on the Qiansong Heaven Genius ranking. These few people were all people who could call the wind and summon the rain in the Qiansong Empire. Apart from the old monsters who rarely moved around and the spiritual sage, they were all at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. They were the few people who stood at the top of the cultivation pyramid. Most importantly, they were all very young. None of them had a bone age of more than 30. Just at that moment, a deafening cry that pierced through the sky rang out. The entire planet trembled. A golden light flashed. A golden Peng image rose up from the back of the golden shirt teen. The golden shirt teen was Wei Jinping, who wanted to chase after a Jiuquan spiritual sage. He was ranked 2nd on the Qiansong Heaven Genius ranking, just below Han Pa. The entire valley was instantly lit up by the golden flames. Dozens of demon puppets in the air gave out terrifying cries, surrounding and attacking Wei Jinping at the same time. However, before these demon puppets were able to attack, the golden Peng had already swept past. Wei Jinping held a giant sword and charged into the sky. Kung, a sword light slashed across. The dozens of demon puppets were lit up by the golden flames and were split into 2. Before it even landed, it had already been burned to ashes and disappeared without a trace. See, the surrounding geniuses sucked in a cold breath. They didn't expect Wei Jinping to instantly kill dozens of demon puppets. Chao Lingtian, Wei Jinping's strength has reached another level. Liao Wuji stuttered. Jade cleared Great Void Republic. Wuho Planet. On some plains, dozens of lizard beasts were peacefully eating ferns and trees. The lizard beasts were over 50 meters long and had 4 claws on ground. They weighed 40 tons. Although they were herbivorous beasts, they looked really fierce and were the overlords of the plains. Every step they took would cause the ground to tremble. There were many herbivorous spirit beasts around. Not far away, beside a giant rock, a dragon-toothed giant claw wolf was staring at one of the spirit beasts, waiting for a chance to attack. Dong, dong, dong. Just at that moment, heavy footsteps could be heard. The ground started to tremble, and then it became more and more intense. It was like an earthquake. All the spirit beasts in the area were terrified. At first, they thought it was the lizard beasts moving. However, when they looked up, none of them were moving. Soon, a small mountain slowly rose from the other side of the horizon. As the earthquake became more and more intense, the small mountain moved faster and faster. The small mountain left the ground, and there was a small black dot below. Looking closely, one could see a dark-skinned teen wearing gray linen clothes. He looked like a farmer planting rice in the fields. He was the one carrying the small mountain forward. Chapter 777. Every time the dark-skinned youth took a step, a large hole would appear in the ground. The Wuho star was the hardest cultivation planet in the entire human domain's spirit realm. The entire planet was rich in black gold, star soul crystals, and Gung's silver diamonds. These three types of magic gold were all extremely hard metals in the spirit realm. But under the dark-skinned youth's feet, this solid cultivation planet didn't seem that hard. The dark-skinned youth's feet moved faster and faster, and the ground shook more violently. Dozens of kilometers away, a dam upstream of a small cultivation city collapsed. After 5 days and 5 nights of torrential rain, the dam couldn't bear the burden. Because of geography, too much water had seeped into this area, and the soil had become abnormally soft. Finally, the dam couldn't bear the surging flood. Boom! The dam was destroyed. The mountain torrents poured down like furious beasts from the heavens. In addition to the true cultivator town downstream, there were more than 10 towns on the same line. The largest city had a population of several million, and most of them were mortals. It was easy for cultivators to evacuate, but not so easy for ordinary people. Even if everyone evacuated, the city would be destroyed by the mountain torrent. Although the Wuho star was the hardest cultivation planet, its level was very low, and the spirit energy here was very thin. If it wasn't for the rich magic gold, there would be almost no cultivators here. The Wuho star's level was even lower than the Blue Bay star, and it was a 5th-class cultivation planet. Foundation establishment cultivators here were enough to be at the top of the pyramid. Therefore, the locals had no ability to stop this kind of catastrophic mountain torrent. In fact, the torrential rain caused all kinds of birds and beasts in the valley to flee, causing the beast tide to be like a sea for the past 5 days. Just resisting the attacks of these frightened beasts consumed most of the energy of the local cultivators. There were countless casualties. When a mountain torrent poured down, there wasn't much energy left to stop it. They could only watch as the torrent poured down. More than 10 transport shuttles were floating in the air, carrying everyone in the nearest city. These transport shuttles were used to transport magic gold, everyone leaned against the window and looked down. Everyone was heartbroken as they watched their home about to be swallowed by the mountain torrent, and there was nothing they could do. At this moment, "Oh, what's that?" Someone saw a small mountain moving and said in surprise, "Fellow Taoist Lan, do you feel it?" A gray-robed old man's eyes were filled with shock. He was one of the 3 late Foundation establishment stage cultivators on the Wuho planet. I felt it. The middle-aged man in blue beside the gray-robed elder had a solemn look on his face. Could it be that the higher-ups have sent someone to help us control the flood? The gray-robed elder was confused. It shouldn't be. A small place like the Wuho star wouldn't be able to attract the attention of the higher-ups. The blue-clothed middle-aged man shook his head. While the two of them were chatting, the small mountain suddenly rose into the air, moving faster and faster. Then, the hill seemed to be flung away by an invisible giant hand. Boom! The small mountain accurately smashed into the mouth of the river where the mountain torrents poured down, sealing the river. Half of the small mountain sank deep into the ground, and the other half was exposed. The mountain torrent was blocked just like that. The hill formed a temporary dam, which was many times stronger than the dam that had collapsed. Only then did the gray-robed elder and the blue-clothed middle-aged man see clearly that there was a small black floating in the air where the small mountain had smashed down. Looking closely, they saw that it was a young man dressed like a farmer. The dark-skinned young man looked at the blocked river with a displeased look on his face. He clapped his hands and muttered to himself, "Can't even comprehend the power of the stars. What a bummer." As he spoke, the dark-skinned young man landed on the small mountain and threw a punch at the river upstream. Boom! The torrent that was pouring down was pierced through by a terrifying force. The water in the river evaporated and dissipated. When the gray-robed elder and the blue-clothed middle-aged man saw this, their jaws dropped to the ground. To a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, this kind of power was unimaginable. It was more than enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The dark-skinned young man's cultivation was interrupted by the mountain torrent. He looked like he wanted to chop the mountain torrent into pieces. Whoosh! The sound of space being torn apart could be heard. In the air less than 10 meters above the dark-skinned young man, an elegant young man wearing a robe with the Qinghe Mountains and rivers pattern on it appeared out of thin air. The dark-skinned young man looked up and was stunned. He hurriedly put away his displeased look and cupped his fists. "Greetings, senior apprentice Brother Qinghe." If those knowledgeable cultivators of the cultivation world were to see this young man, they would definitely be shocked. He was the #1 prodigy of the Jade, Clear, Great Void Republic, Yu Qinghe. You want to compete here? The elegant young man looked down at the dark-skinned young man and asked, "I just want some peace and quiet." The dark-skinned young man replied, "Great Ancestor asked you to go back." Yu Qinghe said indifferently, "Got it. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice Brother Qinghe to make a trip here." The dark-skinned young man was unwilling, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Yu Qinghe didn't say anything else. He stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space was cut open and a door opened. He stepped into it and disappeared. The dark-skinned young man curled his lips. He didn't dare to hesitate and stepped into the spatial door. Then the spatial door closed and disappeared as if it never existed. The people on the transport shuttles stared at this scene in shock. When Yu Qinghe and the dark-skinned young man disappeared, those mortals all knelt down. Immortals have appeared. Immortals have appeared. The information on a grade 5 cultivation planet was limited. There were very few cultivators, and those who came to mind weren't very strong. The abilities of a Foundation establishment cultivator were limited in the first place. They were not powerful enough to summon the wind and summon the rain, let alone stop a flood of such a terrifying scale on their own. Li Daochong didn't win against Pan Jiluo in a minute. Not only did it cause a huge uproar in the outside world, but the people around him also didn't understand. When Li Daochong logged out of the spiritual nexus, Cherry Blossom Gauze immediately appeared in front of him. "Master, why did you let that guy win? In the Hades, no matter how strong the opponent is, we will do our best to eliminate them." Cherry Blossom Gauze looked at Li Daochong with a doubtful expression. Although Cherry Blossom Gauze had followed Li Daochong in the human domain for so many years, she still didn't understand many of the ways humans did things. In Cherry Blossom Gauze's eyes, Pan Jiluo was just an ant. Li Daochong didn't even need to do anything. He could destroy him with just a look. Harmony breeds wealth. Li Daochong smiled and spat out these 5 words. Cherry Blossom Gauze was dumbfounded, not knowing what he meant. The first thing Silver Bottle asked after logging out of the spiritual nexus was, "Young master, why did you do this?" Li Daochong smiled without saying anything. He pointed at Silver Bottle's wristwatch and gave her a look. Silver Bottle didn't understand. She looked down at her wristwatch and seemed to understand something. She opened her account. There were an extra 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Silver Bottle immediately understood and smiled. "Young master, you're really good at doing business." "That's fine." Li Daochong touched his nose and said with some interest, "That's right. I'm an unscrupulous businessman. Cherry Blossom Gauze didn't understand the conversation between the two, and she was even more confused when she saw Silver Bottle smile. Silver Bottle saw Cherry Blossom Gauze's confusion. In order not to make Wu Ho's head explode, she patiently explained to her. After the explanation, Cherry Blossom Gauze still didn't understand. You can deliberately not win for the sake of spirit stones? What about the prestige you've lost? Li Daochong said with a smile. I'm not the head of a country, and I'm not the ancestral spiritual lord. What's the use of prestige? Okay, Cherry Blossom Gauze still didn't agree with Li Daochong's actions, but she knew that it was useless for her to argue, so she could only give a perfunctory reply. At this moment, Xiaoying was sitting alone in her room, her heart aching. How could Master not defeat that idiot in 1 minute? Li He and Li Ling also didn't understand. Many people in Kunlun knew that they were with Li Daochong, and the strange looks from all around them made them very uncomfortable. Li Daochong didn't care about the outside world or the people around him. He only cared about when the remaining 70 million high-grade spirit stones would be transferred to his account. A day passed quickly. However, the numbers in the account showed no signs of change. Pan Jialuo's interviews continued to appear, and several cultivation companies even wanted him to be their spokesperson. Pan Jialuo quickly became a well-known figure, and he was a positive example. Li Daochong became a negative example and was despised by everyone. They thought that he had relied on Jiushuan's spiritual lord to achieve such a high ranking. Li Daochong was very angry that he still hadn't received the final payment. When night fell, Li Daochong had already locked onto Pan Jialuo's whereabouts. He was in Kunlun Planet. Li Daochong's figure disappeared in a flash. In a certain high-end hotel in Kunlun City, Pan Jialuo and his family were waiting in a business suite. They were drinking and counting money until their hands were cramping. In half a day, Pan Jialuo's account had increased by more than 50 million high-grade spirit stones, and more spirit stones would automatically flow into his pocket. Young master, you're so wise. Li Daochong would never know that you have the Cloud Jade Vestments limited edition Night Charm Vestment. There are only a dozen of them in the entire Ankuan Empire. This is a heavenly mystic high-grade vestment that can completely conceal one's aura. Even a fusion-stage old demon wouldn't be able to detect it. A high-ranking servant of the Pan family raised his wine glass and flattered. Hee, that kid is an idiot. He even dared to threaten me, saying that he would wipe out the Pan family and the cultivation companies under them. Let's not talk about whether he has the ability to do so. Even if he did, would he dare to do so? At this juncture, whoever dares to touch a contestant is courting death. I'm now a seeded contestant in the finals, and my status is different. Besides, is our Pan family a pushover? The Grand Elder and the Great Ancestor are both here. They're both void refinement stage cultivators, and they can kill that kid in a matter of minutes. Pan Jialuo was obviously a little drunk, and his speech was slurred. He was hugging two beautiful women on both sides of him. That's right, that's right. The Great Ancestor is resting in the next room. A follower echoed. Young master, let's find some time to hire a Dark Knight assassin and get the 30 million back from that kid with interest, another follower said. Pan Jialuo's eyes lit up, and he slapped the follower on the shoulder. The follower was so scared that he almost jumped out of his chair. What's your name? You're quite clever. I didn't even think of that. This idea is good. Now, if you want to make money, you can indeed hire a Dark Knight assassin and get back at him. That kid Li Daochong dares to fight with me. It's good to let him know what's good for him, Pan Jialuo praised. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who's so ignorant? Don't you know that I'm holding a banquet? Pan Jialuo said unhappily. Knock, knock. A follower scolded, but it was useless. The door was still knocked on. Seeing that he couldn't drive the person away, the follower got up and opened the door while cursing. F***CK. The follower opened the door and cursed, but he swallowed the rest of his words. Standing outside the door was the Pan family's great ancestor, Pan Boju, and the great elder, Pan Xiong. The follower was dumbfounded. Great ancestor. Pan Boju's eyes were blurred at first, but suddenly there was a flash in his eyes. He snorted coldly. "Get out of the way." The follower was sent flying by the powerful sound wave and slammed into the table behind him. The room suddenly became quiet. Pan Jialua was furious. He stood up and was about to explode, but when he turned around and saw the Great Ancestor and the Great Elder, his face froze. Slap! Pan Boju gave Pan Jialua a big slap without any explanation. Great Ancestor. Pan Jialua covered his face in confusion. "You still have the face to call me that. Kneel down." Pan Boju's face was gloomy. Pan Jialua hesitated. Crack! Pan Jiaju kicked out and broke Pan Jialua's legs. Thump! Pan Jialua knelt on the ground. His facial features were twisted together. The piercing pain almost made him faint. At this moment, he was no longer as arrogant as before. He was like a stray dog, terrified and uneasy. He didn't know what he had done wrong. The followers were so frightened that they retreated to the wall and lowered their heads in silence. A few flirtatious women curled up on the ground. They were ordinary people and didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of cultivators. "Pan Jialua, did you forget something?" A somewhat leisurely voice came from outside the door. Pan Jialua was even more confused when he heard this voice. Li Daochong slowly walked in from outside the door. Chapter 778. Great Ancestor, he's the one who extorted spirit stones from me. As soon as Pan Jialua saw Li Daochong, his heart skipped a beat, and his first reaction was to complain to the Great Ancestor. Pan Jialua was not stupid. He knew that he was no match for Li Daochong, but he did not think that Li Daochong was very strong. He was just a little stronger than him. In short, it was impossible for him to be ranked 46th on the list of geniuses. Slap! As soon as Pan Jialua finished speaking, Pan Boju slapped him again. Pan Jialua was dumbfounded by the first slap, but he guessed that the Great Ancestor was displeased that he was still indulging in debauchery before the competition. However, he was really dumbfounded by the second slap. "You've disgraced the Pan family, and you still have the cheek to talk about it," Pan Boju rebuked angrily. "Great Ancestor." Pan Jialua felt terrible. When Li Daochong walked over, Pan Boju and Pan Xiang bowed at the same time and said in unison, "Greetings, Masterly what?" Pan Jialua stared at this scene, and his mind went blank. Li Daochong glanced at Pan Jialua coldly and shot out a ray of mental force. The latter groaned and sat on the ground. Pan Jialua was like a dead dog. Apart from his eyes, his whole body seemed to be frozen. Li Daochong looked down at Pan Jialua and said indifferently, "I told you that you must get the money before tonight. Otherwise, there is no need for the Pan family to exist. You must be honest. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and a demon?" Pan Jialua looked at Li Daochong in disbelief. He did not know what kind of spell he cast on the Great Ancestor and the Great Elder to make these two void refinement realm cultivators listen to him. "Masterly, let me kill this unfilial son." Pan Boju was exasperated. He raised his hand and was about to attack Pan Jialua. Pan Jialua was so frightened that his eyes popped out. He wanted to say something, but he could not make a sound. There's no need to kill him. He just qualified for the finals. It would be a pity if he died. Let him participate in the competition. Li Daochong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Pan Jialua heaved a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't die. "Master Li, the Pan family's assets will be transferred to the Li group within 3 days. The other independent cultivation companies will also be merged," Pan Xiang said. As he spoke, Pan Xiang's eyes were lifeless, like a walking corpse. "Well, I'll leave this matter to you." Li Daochong nodded. Hearing this, Pan Jialua's eyes shone with incomparable astonishment. He seemed to have fallen into a state of confusion, not knowing what had happened. Li Daochong used his telekinesis, and Pan Jialua's body relaxed. He felt dizzy and could speak again. "Great Ancestor, Great Elder, you..." Pan Jialua was confused. "You still have the face to call me Great Ancestor?" "Scram. From today onwards, the Pan family no longer has an unfilial son like you." Pan Boju acted as if he didn't recognize Pan Jalua. Pan Jalua took out a spirit pill and swallowed it. His broken legs recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ordinary external injuries could be healed in an extremely short period of time with spirit medicines and spirit liquids. Pan Jalua took a deep look at Li Daocheng. There was a trace of indescribable fear in the depths of his eyes. He didn't understand what had happened. Why were the great ancestor and great elder so afraid of Li Daocheng? No, not afraid. They had completely surrendered. A few minutes ago, Pan Jalua was still the young master of the Pan family. A few minutes later, he was kicked out of the house. No one could understand. Pan Jalua didn't know that the great ancestor Pan Boju and great elder Pan Seong were just two slightly bigger ants in front of Li Daocheng. He didn't even need to make a move. He could control the two of them with just a thought. Li Daocheng was being extremely benevolent by not killing them. Of course, he only wanted money, not lives. In a few days, the Pan family would fall apart and cease to exist. Most of the assets would flow into the pockets of the Li group. He didn't kill Pan Jalua because Li Daocheng wanted to kill him in front of everyone in the finals. After Pan Jalua left the hotel, his heart was filled with resentment and hatred. Li Daocheng, Pan Jalua, am not a human if I don't tear you to pieces. Pan Jalua clenched his fists and looked at the night sky. 2 or 3 hours later, he landed in a farm on the outskirts of Kunlun City. An old woman came out of a small wooden house. Who are you? I'm Pan Jalua. I want to buy the spirit explosion pill. Oh, it's you. Didn't you just buy the spirit enhancement pill last time? It's only been a month, and now you want the spirit explosion pill? Senior, isn't your company only doing business without asking for the reason? Well, I'm asking. Do you know the price of the spirit explosion pill? 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Do you have enough spirit stones? Pan Jalua casually tossed over his storage bag. The old woman took it, scanned it with her divine sense, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, she tossed a small bottle to Pan Jalua. There are 2 spirit pills inside. The black one is the spirit explosion pill, and the white one is the body consolidation pill. Take the body consolidation pill first, then take the spirit explosion pill a day later. In less than 2 hours, your cultivation will triple. This pill has no side effects, but from today onwards, your cultivation will not change at all. Not even Origin Immortal Arts can reverse it. Think carefully about whether you want to take it or not. Pan Jalua looked at the small bottle in his hand, a vicious smile on his face. Li Daocheng, you provoked this young master. This young master will ruthlessly trample on you in the finals and take back what I lost. Then, I'll make you wish you were dead. The 3 days of the preliminaries quickly passed. 60% of the young cultivators participating in the preliminaries were eliminated. Out of 10 people, only 4 could defeat the simulated spirit beasts. And in the revival round, only Pan Jalua managed to advance. None of the others could last more than a minute in front of the seeded contestants. For a moment, Pan Jalua became the target of envy of all the eliminated contestants. They all felt that he was extremely lucky. In fact, Pan Jalua was not the only one who secretly wanted to make a deal with the seeded contestants. There were many people who wanted to use spirit stones to bribe the seeded contestants. It was just that every seeded contestant had the support of a powerful force behind them. Furthermore, they were the focus of the cultivation companies they belonged to and were given all kinds of cultivation resources. The seeded contestants did not lack spirit stones at all. The seeded contestants did not care about the bids of the young cultivators participating in the revival round at all. Moreover, this was a matter of reputation. They did not lack money, so there was no need to cheat. Li Daocheng's situation was special. Joining Kunlun was only temporary, so he had to rely on himself. He did not intend to rely on Kunlun in the first place. Besides, Li Daocheng did not care much about reputation, so he agreed to Pan Jalua's bid. After the preliminaries, there was a day of rest. The next day, the finals were about to begin. On this day, the entire spiritual realm's attention was focused on the first spiritual realm youth cultivation competition. Everyone was inexplicably excited, as if they were watching the Olympics in the 80s and 90s. But early in the morning, the organizers did not make any moves. All the young cultivators who had qualified for the finals were quietly waiting for the notice. Because of the large number of participants, from the beginning, there was no specific location for the competition. Basically, most of the participating cultivators were on standby on their own cultivation planets. The preliminaries were held on the spiritual net, and there were no geographical restrictions. As long as one could log on the spiritual net, they could participate. The organizers did not give any notice about the finals, nor did they say that it would be held on the spiritual net. The morning passed quickly. There was still no movement. The participants on hundreds of millions of cultivation planets gradually began to become restless. The entire spiritual realm began to stir. People did not know what was going on. Did something happen to the organizers and those spiritual venerables? Otherwise, why was there no movement until now? This was the first time in the history of the human race that such an important competition had ended before it started. If so, this competition would be the biggest joke in history. Just as the commotion was getting more and more intense, in the spiritual realm of the human realm, all the cultivation planets that met the cultivation standards suddenly burst into dazzling light in the sky. A gap seemed to be opened in space. 9 rays of light shot out from it and formed a 9-pointed star pattern on the ground. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Kunlun planet. In the Kunlun Spirit Pagoda, Li Daochong, Yin Ping, and the others waited quietly. Li Daochong was also wondering why it had not started yet. When the light appeared in the sky, Li Daochong was taken aback. The place where the light appeared on Kunlun planet was not far from Kunlun City. It could be seen from the Kunlun Spirit Pagoda. When the light shot out, Cherry Blossom Gauze's delicate body suddenly trembled. The nether energy in her body seemed to be deterred, and she almost lost control and exposed her true body. Fortunately, Li Daochong reacted quickly. He immediately used his divine thoughts to help Cherry Blossom Gauze resist most of the impact of the light. Otherwise, Cherry Blossom Gauze would not be able to resist it. Thank you. Cherry Blossom Gauze looked at Li Daochong gratefully. In fact, not only Cherry Blossom Gauze, everyone else could feel the great pressure brought by the light. It made them feel irresistible awe and worship it as if they had seen an immortal descending to the mortal world. Not long after the light appeared, a boundless voice sounded above all the stars. This voice was unfamiliar to most people, but it was very familiar to some high-level cultivators and elites. It was the voice of one of the 35 spirit supremacies in the spirit world of the human land, the immortal spirit supremacy. Jiuquan spirit supremacy has projected the Jiuquan divine light in the human land spirit world. All the young cultivators who are qualified for the finals enter the 9-pointed star area of the Jiuquan divine light as soon as possible. Inject your primordial spirit and spirit power into the starlight. Your body will fall into a state of hibernation in the starlight. Your divine soul will enter the divine realm of the Jiuquan divine light. To ensure that all the participants can enter the divine realm of the Jiuquan divine realm, there will be a 2-day break. 2 days later, the first youth cultivation competition will officially begin. In addition, those who are not qualified for the competition are not allowed to enter the Jiuquan divine light. Otherwise, their souls will be destroyed. The immortal spirit supremacy's voice kept repeating these words in everyone's spiritual sea. There were hints and warnings. The boundless voice was vast and ethereal, but it was full of energy. Hearing the immortal spirit supremacy's voice, Li Daochong felt incredulous. He had experienced so much. He had seen so many powerful self-cultivators and nether ghosts of the Hades. Among them, there were even devil kings who had almost touched the top of the Hades. But at this moment, Li Daochong was still shocked by the Jiuquan spirit supremacy and the immortal spirit supremacy. One of them could project a terrifying divine light on countless stars. What kind of magical power was this? It was already beyond the scope of Li Daochong's knowledge. The other was transmitted to everyone's spiritual sea. What kind of terrifying psyche power was this? Compared with the three devil kings that Li Daocheng had encountered, the two spiritual supremacies were much more powerful. In this way, what kind of existence were the supreme devil of the Hades and the devil emperor? He seemed to have a clear reference. Li Daocheng had never felt so small. When he stepped into the voiding realm, he thought that he had touched the ceiling of the real high-level self-cultivators. But now he found that it seemed that he had not even touched the floor. Chapter 779. Now is not the time to be emotional. Li Daocheng was not only curious about the reincarnation road. His purpose in participating in the competition was to see how strong the genius cultivators of the human realm spirit realm were. From a moment Li Daocheng woke up until now, except for the initial difficulties, most of the later stages were scares without danger. Later on, more danger came from the battle with the Dark Ghost. Li Daocheng had seen many genius cultivators, but unfortunately, they were all good-for-nothings. In the Shenhua Federation, Li Daocheng had never seen a real powerhouse of the same age and level. Wei Xing, a top genius of the Federation, was not amazing. Of course, the Shenhua Federation could not represent the human realm spirit realm. It was only a small part of the entire spirit realm. Now that he could look at the entire human realm spirit realm, Li Daocheng was full of expectations. I'll go first. Before he finished speaking, Li Daocheng had already turned into a ray of light and shot out of the Kunlun Spirit Tower. Before Silver Bottle, Xiaoying, Li He, and Li Ling could react, Li Daocheng had disappeared. This was a competition between young cultivators, not a life-and-death battle. Therefore, Li Daocheng did not have to worry about the safety of Silver Bottle and the others. With the Jiushuan Spirit Sage and the Immortal Spirit Sage presiding over the competition, no one dared to interfere. Moreover, Li Daocheng did not want them to rely on him. Letting them face it independently was also a kind of cultivation. The Jiushuan Divine Light was not far from Kunlun City. Li Daocheng flew at his fastest speed and arrived within the range of the Jiushuan Divine Light in less than 10 seconds. Li Daocheng did not hesitate and plunged into the Divine Light without slowing down. According to the Immortal Spirit Sage's instructions, Li Daocheng injected his essence spirit and spiritual power into the Jiushuan Divine Light. The next moment, a white light flashed in front of Li Daocheng's eyes in less than a quarter of a second. A new world appeared in front of Li Daocheng. The first thing that came into view was a city of cultivators. In the center of the city, there was a tall building with 4 large words flashing on it. 6th Imperial Capital. The mountains, forests, canyons, grasslands, and rivers around the city were exactly the same as the outside world. Li Daocheng's divine sense was unable to detect any difference between these landforms and the real world. Before he came in, Li Daocheng had thought that it would be a simulated world similar to the spiritual nexus. Now it seemed that it wasn't, at least not completely. It was more like a spiritual world made of energy. People were constantly being teleported in from all over the void. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. However, the young cultivators who were able to enter the finals were all experienced and knowledgeable. Soon, they recovered from the shock and rushed into the magnificent self-cultivator city in front of them. Li Daocheng was one of the first contestants to enter the Jiushuan realm. According to the Immortal Spirit Venerable, there was a time limit of 2 days for all the contestants to enter. Those who entered first would have 2 days to prepare. Obviously, the contestants who entered first would have the upper hand. At least they could learn more about the characteristics of the surrounding environment. Li Daocheng looked around, and after using his divine sense, he flew into the 6th Imperial Capital. Why was such a majestic city of cultivators set up? What kind of method would the finals be played out? It was unknown at the moment. As soon as Li Daocheng entered the city, he descended from the sky and observed the city on foot. A large number of young cultivators were constantly pouring into the empty city. Everyone soon discovered that apart from the fact that there was no one in the city, everything else was available. Residential buildings, commercial buildings, skyscrapers, Banks, weapon refining stores, elixir stores, talisman stores, everything was available. It was exactly the same as the outside world. Not only that, the various stores were not empty. The shelves and counters were full of goods waiting to be sold. Li Daochong walked on a main street. At first, there weren't many people, but in just 10 minutes, a large number of young cultivators poured into the street. The stores on both sides of the street were quickly occupied. At first, everyone was just observing curiously. They didn't dare to touch the various items displayed in the stores. However, there were always a few daring people who dared to break the restrictions and become the first to eat crabs. Li Daochong didn't enter any of the stores. He just walked around casually. He had already used his divine sense to scan the area. The items in these stores weren't attractive to Li Daochong. Heavens! A high-grade arcane insight magic treasure is just casually placed on the shelves. Isn't this too wasteful? A young cultivator with a stocky build, who appeared to be in his 20s, exclaimed in shock. I wonder if these things are real or fake. This isn't the real world. Isn't this the immortal treasure pavilion of the Southern Heaven Spirit Capital, the #1 city in the Nankoan Empire? Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or am I dreaming? There are treasures all over the street. I wonder if these things are just decorations, or can they really be used? Someone finally asked. Whether it's useful or not, we'll know once we try it. A burly bald man with bulging muscles revealed greed in his eyes. Most of the young cultivators were in awe. After all, this was the Jioshuan divine realm created by the Jioshuan spirit sage. However, there were still some who didn't believe in heresy. That burly bald man grabbed a mystic understanding grade broadsword from the shelf and injected spirit chi into it. The broadsword immediately flashed with spirit chi, releasing a dazzling brilliance and a buzzing sound. The burly man lightly shouted, "Rise." The broadsword in his hand flew out and smashed into the wall on the other side of the street with a boom. It directly pierced a hole with a diameter of over 10 meters. Its power was astonishing. "It's real," someone exclaimed in shock. At the side of the Myriad Pill building, someone saw this scene and picked up a small bottle with spirit pills on the shelf. 1-star spirit increasing pill. That person whispered and poured out the pill from the bottle and swallowed it. Oh, after swallowing it, that person groaned. The young cultivators in the Myriad Pill building were shocked, thinking that this person had been poisoned. It looked like that was indeed the case. The young cultivator who swallowed the 1-star spirit increasing pill was thin, and his cultivation was only at the late stage of the soul formation realm. His strength was not weak, but in this place he was not that powerful. He fell to the ground in pain. His whole body was hot and red, as if he had been burned by fire. His expression was twisted. Under everyone's gaze, that thin young cultivator kept rolling on the ground. However, after 2 or 3 minutes, the pain on his face gradually disappeared. Then, a turbid air came out of his body. The thin young cultivator slowly got up from the ground and looked at his hands in disbelief. Ha! It's useful, it's really useful. I broke through. Bang! The spirit chi on the thin young cultivator's body suddenly exploded, and his cultivation reached the peak of the soul formation realm in one fell swoop. In just a few minutes, he had forcibly raised a small realm. In an instant, the whole street was in an uproar. All the young cultivators realized that everything in front of them was not just for show. The thin young cultivator tasted the sweetness and immediately became crazy. He used his movement technique and quickly swept up all the spirit medicines on the shelf. 1-star spirit medicine. To him, he might not be able to buy even one outside, even if he sold his family's fortune. He could take whatever he wanted here. The Eternal Spirit Venerable's hint did not say that he could not use the items here. Then what was there to hesitate for? The first person to eat the crab confirmed that it was not poisonous. The others no longer hesitated and swarmed over to fight for it. It's mine, it's mine. Bullshit, I saw it first. Let go or not. If you don't let go, I won't be polite. Motherfucker, you saw it first, so it's yours. I got it first, so it's mine. Similar curses rose and fell one after another. Boom. Dang, 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 dang. More than 10 minutes ago, it was still a peaceful street, but in an instant, it became a chaotic battlefield. Most of the participating cultivators, in order to seize the opportunity, in order to become stronger in 2 days, in order to obtain these ownerless treasures, they began to fight, and the scene instantly went out of control. However, not all the young cultivators participated in this fight. A small number of young cultivators were not interested in these ownerless treasures. It was not that they did not know the value of these treasures, but these treasures and spirit pills were not worthy of their attention. They were only Tongxian grade treasures. There was nothing to fight over. Li Daocheng was one of these people. At this moment, he was standing by the side of the street, leaning against a water spirit fir, leisurely watching the show. He was holding a bag of ice spirit fruits in his hand and eating them with relish. Li Daocheng also took an ownerless treasure, but it was not a treasure or spirit pill. Instead, he entered a food store and chose a bag of ice spirit fruits. Before the competition officially began, Li Daocheng did not plan to do anything. As for those treasures and spirit pills, they were useless to Li Daocheng. No matter how good they were, he did not need them. Song Yink had already leveled up to the purple mystic immortal realm. Xuanyi's cultivation had improved tremendously. Li Daocheng could not imagine how powerful the purple mystic saber had become after fusing with the chaos fragment. Even Tribulation Transcendence cultivators might not have immortal-level treasures. As for spirit pills, Li Daocheng had plenty of them. More than half of them could not be found on the market. They were all refined from spirit herbs on the Blackwood Star. Li Daocheng did not need to fight for spirit talismans. He had 7 level, 19 enhanced spirit talismans, and 1 level, 25 enhanced fire talisman that could destroy heaven and earth. In the 6th capital of the Jiushuan God Realm, there were no spirit talismans above level 13. Li Daocheng had more than 10 spirit computers with him. They were all prepared by Yinjia. They were the latest spirit computers with a computing capacity of 50 million. Strangely, all the items that Li Daocheng had on him were all reflected in this spiritual world. Shui and I was the only one who separated from the purple mystic saber when she entered. She did not appear near the 6th capital. Li Daocheng had already contacted Shui and I immediately. He did not know why she appeared near the 9th capital. In order to test Xuanyi's actual combat strength, Li Daocheng allowed her to participate in the competition as an independent. She passed the preliminary round smoothly. Therefore, Xuanyi was also a participant. She was not Li Daocheng's weapon spirit. The competition was not limited to humans. Any other race, except for the ghost race, could participate. Besides the purple mystic saber, Li Daocheng now had another immortal-level magic treasure, the Chaos Knife. Li Daocheng had not tested this magic treasure in actual combat, but from the few tests, he could tell that it was extremely powerful. Li Daocheng also injected the Heavenly Thunder Primordial Spirit into the Chaos Knife, giving it a weapon spirit and increasing its power to another level. Li Daocheng had plenty of equipment himself. The treasures displayed here were just a pile of scrap metal to him. Li Daocheng leisurely ate the ice soul fruit and watched the show unfold. The battle escalated. Boom! A black-robed young cultivator was shot down from the sky and smashed onto a flower terrace by the street, not far away from Li Daocheng. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. Before the black-robed young cultivator could do anything, a flying sword shot over from the void and pierced him. Li Daocheng looked at the black-robed young man who was killed curiously, wanting to know what would happen next. The black-robed young man looked at his pierced chest in disbelief. Thereafter, his body turned transparent and disappeared before long. Before the black-robed young man disappeared, he looked at Li Daocheng with a lost gaze. He wanted to say something, but could not. With a flick of his hand, a silver light shot out, and he disappeared. Clang! The silver light landed beside Li Daocheng's feet. It was a short sword. The sword was only a foot long and was green in color. There were spirit patterns engraved on it, and it emitted an ancient aura. It was a supreme-grade mystic Dharma treasure. It was a good sword. Even Void Refinement Realm cultivators could use it. However, to Li Daochong, it was not attractive at all, other than the fact that Li Daochong took a few more glances at the spirit patterns engraved on it. He was not interested in anything else. However, it was those glances that brought trouble to Li Daochong. "Little bastard, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your dog eyes out. Do you want them? If you want them, you have to measure your own capabilities first." The black-robe guy that I killed earlier was at the peak of the soul formation realm. If you want to follow in his footsteps, you can try. A young woman in a green dress flew down from the void and looked at Li Daochong warily with her beautiful eyes. The short sword was lying quietly less than 10 inches away from Li Daochong's feet. "Lad, hurry up and kick that green dragon short sword over. Can't you see that my big sister wants it?" A muscular young man in a khaki-colored martial attire also landed from the sky and stared at Li Daochong as he shouted. Li Daochong ate the ice spirit fruit and glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eyes. There was no emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at two stones on the street. He did not move or respond. The two of them thought that Li Daochong would definitely snatch the treasure. Little did they know that Li Daochong did not even bother to look at it. Chapter 780. The battle between Li Daochong and Pan Jialuo in the revival match went viral on the spiritual nexus, and videos and information were everywhere. However, Li Daochong always had a habit of covering himself with his telepathic thoughts as long as he was on the spiritual nexus. Therefore, ordinary people couldn't see his simulated image at all, and ordinary cultivators couldn't see his appearance very clearly either. Only truly powerful cultivators, or cultivators with powerful telepathic thoughts, could see Li Daochong's appearance clearly. Therefore, most people couldn't recognize Li Daochong when they saw him. Li Daochong was too lazy to pay attention to these small cultivators who were fighting over such a magical treasure. Those who were truly powerful and had a solid foundation didn't care about these things at all. At present, Li Daochong still didn't understand the rules of the finals. The organizers of this competition were sponsored by dozens of super cultivation companies. But in fact, these cultivation companies were only paying for it in name. The real organizers were the spiritual venerables at the top of the human domain's spiritual realm. Judging from the current situation, the rules of the finals obviously wouldn't be that the cultivators would fight one by one. With so many people, it would take a very long time for them to use this method. Before the rules of the finals were out, Li Daochong didn't want to make a move easily. However, if someone was blind enough to provoke him, then don't blame him for being ruthless. The female cultivator, surnamed Wang, who was wearing a green dress, didn't distinguish between right and wrong and started cursing. "Little bastard." Li Daochong's eyes flashed with killing intent. On the surface, he looked bored, but in fact, he already had the intention to kill. "Little bastard, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me when I told you to throw the dagger over?" A strong young man, wearing a yellow martial suit, said impatiently. Li Daochong picked his ears and threw the ice spirit fruit he was about to put into his mouth at the strong young man with a shake of his wrist. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air. Everything in Jioshuan's spiritual realm was no different from the real world. It was just that he didn't know if after being killed, it would be the same as on the spiritual nexus. Would it just be a simulated image dissipating, or would it be a real death? Although he wasn't sure, the rules didn't say that he couldn't fight during these 2 days, nor did they say that he couldn't kill. Since he didn't say anything, Li Daochong didn't have to worry about anything. Right now, the entire number 6 imperial capital was in chaos. Every minute, every second, there were contestants being killed in the process of snatching magic treasures and spirit pills. The sturdy young man didn't expect Li Daochong to suddenly throw something at him. His instinctive reaction was to dodge. However, before the sturdy young man could do anything, the seemingly slow white object had already arrived. Left with no choice, the sturdy young man raised his hand to block. Boom! The moment he came into contact with the white object, the muscular young man's eyes widened in shock, and an incomparably terrifying force ran through his body. The sturdy young man was instantly blasted into smithereens and disappeared. The female cultivator, surnamed Wang's face was pale. She didn't even see clearly how the young man, leaning against the wudong, made his move. What did he throw out? Who are you? Do you dare to state your name? The female cultivator, surnamed Wang, no longer had her previous arrogance. She immediately realized that she had encountered a tough opponent. In the battle just now, she had killed several opponents, and for a moment, she was a little complacent. The young man in front of her had casually killed her lackey, and it was like a basin of cold water had been poured over her from head to toe. She immediately sobered up. This was the youth competition of the entire human realm's spirit realm. All the geniuses of the three great cultivation empires had come to participate, not to mention that there were many experts. Some of their strength had far exceeded the knowledge of ordinary cultivators. The female cultivator, surnamed Wang, immediately cowered. She wanted to run away, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. The sturdy young man was only slightly weaker than her. Scram! Li Daochong lightly spat out a word. When Li Daochong killed the sturdy young man, he also wanted to get rid of this arrogant and domineering female cultivator. However, when he was about to make a second move, he found that several powerful divine wills shot over and enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, they probed his entire body several times. These divine wills were so strong that even Li Daochong almost couldn't deal with them. These guys hiding in the dark almost found out about him. It was not worth it to expose himself for a little brat. Li Daochong was too lazy to make another move. At this moment, his attention was focused on those guys who were probing him openly. He separated his divine wills and shot them out. Since you're probing me, then I'll do the same to you. Li Daochong didn't care about the female cultivator, surnamed Wang, at all, but the latter was as embarrassed as she could be. Her pretty face was pale with anger. The dignified young lady of the Black Tortoise Star's Wang family of the Nanquin Empire was actually being scolded by an unknown brat. Some of the surrounding cultivators noticed this, especially when the sturdy young man was killed by Li Daochong with a wave of his hand. This really shocked them. They firmly remembered Li Daochong's appearance and warned themselves not to provoke this guy. The number of participants in the competition was as many as the hairs on a cow. There were hundreds of billions of them. It was normal for there to be crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Based on the female cultivator, surnamed Wang's temper, if someone dared to treat her like this, she would have slapped that person. But now, she didn't dare to do so. She could faintly feel that this young man leaning against the parasol tree was stronger than her. Resentment filled her heart, but she didn't dare to act out. She forcefully swallowed her resentment and flew away. She didn't leave, only a little further away. With a thought, she sent out a summoning order to all the participants under the Wang family. Stinky brat, you dare to act all high and mighty in front of this young lady. Fine, you'll get it. The female cultivator, surnamed Wang's face was gloomy. Hiding at the edge of the street, 100 meters away, the female cultivator, surnamed Wang, stared at Li Daochong, afraid that he would slip away. More importantly, she couldn't let anyone take away the Azure Dragon short sword. This sword, the female cultivator, surnamed Wang, was determined to get it. The Wang family status on the Black Tortoise Star was high, one of the 4 major families, but ranked at the bottom. In front of the Wang family were the Yi family, the Zhang family, and the Yin family. The female cultivator, surnamed Wang's full name was Wang Kai Dai. Her name was very ladylike, but she was a different story. On the Black Tortoise Star, she was a famous, unruly princess. Wang Katie's talent wasn't low. In the South Earth Empire, she could be considered a decent young cultivator. Her born age was 29, her cultivation was at the peak of the soul formation realm, and her battle prowess was at least at the mid-spatial refinement realm. She had countless magic treasures and resources. With her background, a top-grade profound understanding magic treasure wasn't much of a treasure. At most, it was okay. However, this short sword was called the Azure Dragon short sword. It was said that it was carved with spirit patterns by the dragon clan of the ancient demon clan. Wang Kai-dai cultivated the azure dragon sword art and couldn't display its full power. Her master told her that if she could obtain a magic treasure carved with spirit patterns from the dragon clan, the power of her sword would increase by 2 times. Therefore, when she saw this azure dragon short sword, Wang Kai-dai wanted it for herself no matter what. It would increase her chances of winning the finals. Wang Kai-dai gritted her teeth as she stared at Li Daochong and the azure dragon short sword at his feet. Suddenly, the figure in front of her blurred and disappeared. Damn it! Wang Kai-dai cried out in her heart. However, the shock on her face was soon replaced by doubt. That young man had disappeared, and the azure dragon short sword was still lying there. "Young miss, I'm here." Just as Wang Kai-dai was puzzled, a cynical voice sounded from behind her. A man wearing a yellow Taoist robe, identical to the Taoist robes that were popular in the ancient times, landed from the sky. At the same time, a powerful spiritual pressure enveloped the entire street. This Taoist robe man was an early spatial refinement cultivator. Chapter 781. When Wang Kai-dai saw that a cultivator had found the azure dragon sword lying on the ground, she immediately said, "Quick, help me grab that sword." The male Taoist priest's frivolous face suddenly sank. His eyes flashed, and he shot out like a shooting star. The 2 young cultivators who had just picked up the azure dragon sword and were full of joy didn't even have time to look at the sword's attributes before their chests were pierced by a flash of light. The 2 young cultivators were dumbfounded, and their figures disappeared without a trace. The male Taoist priest grabbed the azure dragon sword that hadn't fallen yet and returned to Wang Kai-dai. The male Taoist priest respectfully said, "Young miss, here you go." Wang Kai-dai took the azure dragon sword and poured her divine sense into it. A dragon's roar sounded in her sea of consciousness. "This is it." Wang Kai-dai was overjoyed. "Young miss, you said in your voice transmission that someone bullied you? Where is he?" The male Taoist priest looked around with a face full of righteous indignation. Who dared to bully the young miss? They must be tired of living. Wang Katie's joy disappeared, and she said angrily, "He ran away." "Ran away? Damn!" the male Taoist priest shouted. Then, he said with conviction, "Young miss, don't be impatient. Did you record his aura's strength or characteristics? Or did you record his spiritual image? Let me take a look, and I'll go catch him. You can do whatever you want with him. I won't rest until young miss is appeased." Wang Kai-dai thought about it, and remembered that she had recorded the young man's spiritual image. She immediately raised her wristwatch and pressed a button. However, what was displayed was a blurry figure. The male Taoist priest looked at it for a long time. "Young miss, that's it." The veins on Wang Katie's forehead bulged. "That's it." Ugh. The male Taoist priest was about to go crazy. He forced himself not to show it. Who told him to rely on the Wang family? Wang Kai-dai was famous for being arrogant and domineering. Not only was she reckless, but she was also often muddle-headed. The male Taoist priest had learned his lesson today. If you wanted to kill someone, you should at least have a target. If I don't record anything, I can't avenge you even if I want to. As the 2 of them spoke, the participating cultivators of the Wang clan, who had received Wang Kai-dai, all rushed over. Including the Taoist priest, there were a total of 7 people. There were also a few people who weren't in the number 6 imperial capital and couldn't make it in time. Apart from the male Taoist priest, there was also a round-faced cultivator who was at the void refinement stage. As for the other 5, even the weakest one was at the late deity transformation stage. The 6 of them were from the Wang clan, but the round-faced cultivator was not from the Wang clan. He was Wang Katie's pursuer, Zhang Haoyan. He was a descendant of the Black Tortoise planet's Zhang family, and could be considered Zhang Dongjin's younger cousin. He was the young master of the Zhang family who was almost killed by Li Daochong on the Blue Bay Star. Wang Kai-dai was monitoring Li Daochong. How could she escape the detection of Li Daochong's divine sense? He just didn't want to deal with her. Not long after Li Daocheng's divine sense spread out, he inadvertently sensed Li He's aura. The latter's aura was chaotic, as if he had been attacked. At this moment, he was moving at a high speed. Li Daocheng wanted them to face the danger alone, but he wouldn't leave them in the lurch. At present, he didn't know what the consequences of dying here were. Li Daocheng couldn't just sit by and watch Li He be in danger. Hence, he used the 1,000-sound escape technique and chased after him. Apart from Li He, Li Daocheng didn't sense the auras of Yin Ping, Xiao Ying, and Li Ling. The three of them didn't seem to be near the number 6 imperial capital. The number 6 imperial capital was 2 to 3 times larger than the largest city on the Kunlun planet, Kunlun City. It was a veritable megacity that covered an area of thousands of square kilometers. However, even so, Li Daocheng only needed a few seconds to use the 1,000-sound escape technique to reach any location in the city. Li He, don't worry about me. Escape by yourself. It's inconvenient to bring me along. I'll only be a burden to you. If they catch up, the 2-star soul transformation pill that we worked so hard to get will be gone. In an alley that was separated by 2 tall buildings, a young woman who was covered in blood and wearing dark red tights stopped and said with a tired face. She couldn't run anymore. The woman and Li He were both injured to varying degrees, and their injuries were very serious. They had been running at their maximum speed for more than 10 minutes without stopping. Because of their injuries, running was very tiring. However, the city's terrain was complicated. Running around randomly made it easier to avoid pursuit than flying in the air. On the street, not far behind them, 5 young cultivators in orange uniform chased after them at high speed. I won't leave you behind. There's a total of 2 2-star entering spirit pills, and we work together to get them. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. If we don't leave, neither of us will leave. If you want me to escape alone, Li He can't do it, Li He said firmly. After Li He entered the Jiuquan Divine Light. He appeared near the only skyscraper in the center of the number 6 imperial capital. Like all the contestants who came in, Li He quickly realized that everything here was like reality. Dharma treasures and spiritual herbs could be used. Although he had obtained a lot of good things with Li Daocheng's help, he wasn't Li Daocheng after all. Whether it was cultivation, combat power, or Dharma treasures, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Seeing good things, it was impossible for Li He not to be moved. However, he knew that his strength was limited and wouldn't fight with others. Instead, he found another way and entered an area with fewer people to try his luck and see if he could find something good. Needless to say, Li He really found 2 2-star soul transformation pills in an inconspicuous medicine store cabinet. However, as more and more young cultivators entered the Jiuquan Divine Realm, the uninhabited area became fewer and fewer. Li He wasn't the only one who wanted to come in and try his luck in such an inconspicuous medicine store. Many young cultivators with weaker strength had chosen such a quiet way to make a fortune. Li He and the woman in tight clothes who was escaping with him at this moment unexpectedly met in an inconspicuous medicine store. This woman's name was Yu Yunshan. Her cultivation was about the same as Li He's. The two of them discovered the soul transformation pills at the same time. However, the two of them were friendly and didn't fight. It just so happened that there were 2 2-star soul transformation pills. 1 pill per person. It was useless to eat more. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to fight to the death. The two of them decided to split the loot and split up. Who knew that a group of people would suddenly rush in from outside? They were all wearing the same martial uniform. With one look, one could tell that they were participants from the same cultivation company or family. The competition didn't stipulate that you couldn't form teams to participate. Therefore, there were many cultivators participating in such teams. These guys had the advantage in numbers. Naturally, they wouldn't reason with you. The city was already in a mess. Whoever had the bigger fist would get more benefits. As soon as they came in and saw the soul transformation pill in Li He's hand, they didn't say a word and came up to snatch it. The soul transformation pill was expensive in the outside world. Without tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones, it was absolutely impossible to buy it. The soul transformation pills sold were usually starless spirit pills. They couldn't be compared to 2-star soul transformation pills at all. The soul transformation pill was a divine pill that increased the probability of breaking through to the soul formation stage. Ordinary soul transformation pills could increase the probability by 15 to 20%. 2-star soul transformation pills could increase the probability by 50%. This could almost allow a peak Yuanian cultivator to have a high probability of breaking through. There were spirit herbs everywhere in the 6th imperial capital. As long as they could find a star-grade spirit enhancement pill and consume the soul transformation pill. Li He and Yu Yunshan could successfully step into the soul formation stage. Of course, it was the same for other late-stage Yuanian cultivators. Both sides immediately fought. It was strange. Li He and Yu Yunshan met for the first time, but they had quite a tacit understanding when fighting together. They actually caught the other party off guard and gained the upper hand. However, the two of them were weak after all. They didn't have the heart to fight for a long time. After gaining the upper hand, they immediately ran out of the medicine shop. Who knew that there were still people outside? The number of people in this group was not ordinary. There were more than 10 of them. The two of them desperately protected the soul transformation pill and killed 7 of the other party. However, they were also injured. They couldn't fight anymore, so they used the complicated terrain in the city to try to escape. However, due to their injuries, they couldn't run fast at all. They could only rely on the buildings to cover them. Here, just as the two of them were talking, a shout came from above. Dong! A burly man in an orange martial robe landed heavily in front of the two of them. The other 4 young cultivators in orange martial robes quickly heard the sound and surrounded Li He and Yu Yunshan. Li He was already prepared to fight to the death. He protected Yu Yunshan, who was even more seriously injured behind him. At this moment, Yu Yunshan, who was being protected behind Li He, silently looked at the back of the young cultivator. A trace of indescribable palpitation appeared in her beautiful eyes. In such an environment, with a spirit pill and being surrounded, you and I just met by chance and only had a verbal agreement. He could have run away alone, but he resolutely stayed. In this day and age, such a young man was rare. Yu Yunshan was touched and had a good impression of Li He. Li He waited for a long time, but the other party didn't attack immediately. They only surrounded the two of them and didn't let them escape. They seemed to be waiting for something. Not long after, a light flashed in the sky. A young cultivator in orange robes descended from the sky. His aura was clearly that of a late-stage soul formation cultivator. Li's heart turned cold. When the 5 cultivators in orange martial robes saw this young man, they immediately bowed and called out at the same time, "Young Master Yuan." They were all participating cultivators under planet Wu Sha's rapid transport. Young Master Yuan was called Yuan Shaogang. He was the young master of certain director of the rapid transport. A late-stage soul formation cultivator with a mid-stage void refinement battle prowess wasn't weak. The young cultivator in orange robes looked at Li He with a smile that wasn't a smile. TSK, kid, you're quite loyal. Li He looked at the other party with a determined expression and didn't speak. Ha! The ancients say that heroes have a weakness for beauties. Kid, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you hand over the soul formation pill, I can let you go. It may not be very beautiful for you, but it can be considered as saving a beauty. Li He gritted his teeth. He was unwilling, but there was no other way. If he didn't hand it over, the other party could still kill him and take it. Yu Yunshan was also unwilling, but she also knew that it was useless not to give it. A late-stage soul formation cultivator wasn't someone the two of them could deal with. What? Is there a need to consider? Give it to him. Yu Yunshan whispered behind Li He. Li He sighed in his heart. He took out 2 soul formation pills and threw them to Yuan Shaogang. When the pills entered his hand, Yuan Shaogang glanced at them and then kept them in his storage ring. At this moment, Li He supported Yu Yunshan and was about to leave. Stop! Who said you could leave? Yuan Shaogong's malicious voice immediately sounded. What do you mean? Li Yi's eyes were spitting fire. What do you mean? I mean you can die. You killed 7 of us. Do you really think we'll let you go? A burly man said coldly. F*CK. You're going back on your words, son of a bitch. Li Yi immediately understood that he had been tricked. Yu Yinshan bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. Her face was pale. Other than being shocked that the other party could go back on his words so openly, she didn't want to die more. In fact, dying in the Jiushuan God realm didn't mean death. It was similar to the spiritual net, but it was also different. Dying on the spiritual net didn't mean any loss. However, there was a punishment for dying here. Yu Yinshan was one of the few participating cultivators who knew some of the rules of the finals. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.